For the SEC. And the SEC every single time has gone down, has rejected them, claiming pretty much that they don't trust the underlying side of the market, that they're not free from fraud and manipulation, which is absolutely the very important tenet of investor safety. However, things have changed this time around. It started with a company called Grayscale, which is the asset management arm of Digital Currency Group, which is a kind of a well-known sort of like crypto polyglot firm, for lack of a better term. They have proposed many times to convert their $27 billion closed Bitcoin fund called the Grayscale Bitcoin Trust into an ETF to make it just more user-friendly for investors. The SEC has time and time again turned them down. This time, however, Grayscale sued the SEC. They sued them last year, claiming that the SEC erred in rejecting the application, and a DC circuit, I guess a group of DC appellate justices pending before them, many from blue chip investment firms like Invesco, BlackRock, and Fidelity. And the deadline for the very first of this crop of 13 ETFs to get their final go, no-go decision is going to be this Wednesday, January 10th. So going back to your original question, the reason why Wednesday is such an important day is because the expectation is that the SEC is going to approve this first application, which is proposed to be issued by ARK Invest and 21 Shares, but ARK Invest is obviously led by superstar investor Cathie Wood. And in order to avoid sort of picking and choosing winners, the expectation is that the SEC is going to let several ETF applications launch and begin trading right away so that customers can choose which product they want to purchase.
So I do want to know, what exactly is a spot ETF, and how does it differ from a futures ETF in buying on the spot market?
That is a good question, and it sort of relates to why there's been so much anticipation for the spot Bitcoin ETF. Anyone that's even casually followed crypto in recent years knows about some of the security issues associated with it, the challenges that come from holding your cryptocurrency in a wallet, and even if you patronize a service like Coinbase or Kraken, Robinhood, to hold your crypto. They're not FDIC insured, so if something happens to the exchange, like what happened to FTX, customers are left without any sort of restitution. And it's just, I wouldn't say completely unregulated, but it's not on par with traditional banks or even regular brokers that are better regulated and have better oversight as far as segregating and custodying assets. I know that's a mouthful. And basically what a spot Bitcoin ETF will allow is for anybody to get exposure, direct exposure to Bitcoin or potentially other assets if when the SEC approves them, through their account without having to deal with the headache of actually setting up an account at an exchange and linking your bank account and having to safeguard it yourself and worry about theft and so on and so forth. All those things magically go off the table. Now, as you mentioned in your question, right now what we're looking for is a spot ETF, which basically means that one of these issuers would buy Bitcoin, issue shares against it, and then those could trade on the market. There are several Bitcoin ETFs already on the market. These are called futures ETFs, specifically cash settled futures ETFs, and they actually launched in the fall of 2021, around the time of another big bull run. And these try as best as they can to mirror the spot price of Bitcoin. They typically work by buying monthly Bitcoin contracts, I believe, at the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, and then when those roll off, they buy them again and again and again. The issue is that it's becoming harder, especially during periods of high volatility, to maintain parity with the price of Bitcoin, especially without incurring extra costs for investors. Because remember, each time the price of Bitcoin goes up, that typically means that the futures contracts for that same amount of Bitcoin are going to go up again. And if you have to keep buying it, that means you're paying more for the same amount of Bitcoin month to month to month, as opposed to a spot Bitcoin ETF where you just buy it and then you hold it. So some of the issuers behind these cash settled futures ETFs are starting to become a little bit less competitive. And that, I believe, is a cause for concern for them moving forward if one of these spot ETFs actually happen.
Mm-hmm. So going back to some of these applications possibly being approved as soon as this Wednesday, who are likely to be some of the winners and who's likely to be some of the losers in this scenario?
Well, one thing that I don't expect to happen is for there to be a winner-take-all scenario like we saw with the Bitcoin futures ETFs. In that case, the ProShares Bitcoin futures ETF got a couple-week head start over everybody else, and they sucked up, I believe, more than $1 billion in AUM the first day, which set a record even bigger than GLD. And basically every other issue lost out, and it just has a very, very small fraction of that total amount, because when it comes to ETFs, that is a numbers game. The more volume you have, that means the more liquidity you have, lower slippage, theoretically you can compress fees and so on and so forth. So I don't expect that to happen here. The SEC approved several cash settled futures ETFs to begin trading last fall. I believe they let 5 or 6 go off at the same time. And that, again, I think that's going to happen here. As far as what things investors should think about as they're considering these different ETFs, obviously fees is going to be a big one. Right now, I believe that the average fee for an ETF right now is about 0.37%. And I actually have it up on my computer right now. These are numbers from Bloomberg. And I mean, for instance, BlackRock, I think, is going to have 30 basis points with a starting price of 20. There are several Invesco, I believe ARC21 and Bitwise that are actually going to be waiving their fees for a certain period of time. And many of the fees, I think, right now are going to be somewhere between 20 and 50 basis points. One major outlier, however, is going to be Grayscale. They are the ones with GBTC. This is a fund that right now houses 619,000 Bitcoin worth about $27 billion at today's prices. But this closed-end fund has typically charged 200 basis points or 2% management fee, which makes it very much a cash cow for the company. A big question was what fee they were going to drop it down to once ETFs started, because 200 basis points is just frankly non-competitive in the ETF world. And they announced that right now they're only going to drop it down to 1.5% or 150 basis points, which is, again, about 100 basis points higher than pretty much everybody else. And that is really sort of curious to me. I mean, if you talk to Grayscale, and they've said this to me on multiple interviews throughout the years, I mean, they typically say that the operational experience matters, being able to deal with crypto, especially during periods of uncertainty. For instance, if there's a fork in Bitcoin and just custodying and just managing these products, that is a premium service that they think will justify the higher fee. Will customers agree? I don't know. That's a lot of money to be leaving on the table when you can give your money to a blue chip firm like BlackRock or Fidelity and get that reputational get those reputational benefits and pay much lower fees.
So how much money is expected to come in immediately?
It's really hard to tell. I mean, $1 billion is sort of the goalpost, at least as far as Bitcoin futures. I know that ETF industry is about $8 trillion. The total capital markets is much more than that. Frankly, I am not entirely sure. I would not be surprised if we are underwhelmed at the very beginning, where we see just a few $100 million, or it might take a little while to get to $1 billion, although I do think it's going to grow over time. One of the things that's also worth keeping in mind too is that there's going to be a difference between new money coming into crypto and just money being cycled around into these products. For instance, Art Invest has been selling some of their Coinbase shares as a way of just kind of balancing portfolios that they offer. They recently put a sizable chunk into ProShares' Bitcoin futures ETF BITO, and the expectation there is that they're going to then move into one of these 5 ETFs. So clearly, for that to go up, that doesn't mean there's new money coming into the space. That said, I do think that new money is going to come in over time as it finally has become easier to get exposure. You can just direct your broker, so on and so forth, to put a certain allocation into one of these products if you so choose. One other thing that I think is also important to keep in mind is that for many, just because the SEC has approved these products and they're trading on exchanges like NASDAQ or CBOE or the New York Stock Exchange, brokers are also going to be doing their own due diligence on these products before they're actually going to expose them to customers. And each broker might be a little bit different. Some might offer right away, some might take a few weeks or a few months to see how they operate before they're actually going to let clients send money there. So that's one additional hurdle that I think is important to keep in mind. It's not necessarily a stop sign, but it could be a little bit of a speed bump, especially once we start talking about perhaps like pension funds and other endowments that could make sizable allotments to the space.
Well, Steve, what can we expect with the price of Bitcoin?
I'm always looking for new ways to expand people's perspective of the world, like my animated series I created to inspire others that I made in After Effects. With Adobe Creative Cloud, you can get your vision out there.
Sometimes, the only thing more difficult than running a business is finding the right words to market it. Lucky for you, our new AI content generator doesn't sweat words. Just tell it what you want to create, enter a few details, click generate content, and in just seconds it'll give you options to build from or leave as is. Writer's block? Not anymore. With artificial intelligence doing the wordsmithing for you, you can craft the perfect message in the blink of an AI.
That's another really good question.
You also came on and made a great call about some upcoming inflation numbers and what it would do to the S&P. What do you see your expertise as now in terms of stock market predictions? Will you do a week? Will you do a day? Do you do these options that expire in like 8 hours? Do you do those, or can we stick with 6 months and 1 year? What would you rather do today?
I'd rather stick with 6 months to 1 year, Joe.
Okay. Tell me what's going to happen then.
Well, I think 2024 is going to ultimately be a good year for stocks because we've got a Fed that's no longer fighting an inflation war, and we know that the ISM manufacturing, these PMIs are bottoming, and that's correlated with earnings beginning to accelerate. And we know there's pent-up CapEx. Capital spending's been sort of held back for the past few years. So that accelerates, that's good for earnings. And we expect mortgage rates to fall, which would be good for consumers. So it's really going to be a good year for stocks. But the caveat being, the first 6 months probably a little more challenging because in the first 6 months, investors are going to be a little itchy or anxious for the Fed to do their first cut. And that uncertainty is going to weigh on stocks. And at the same time, it's going to bring back those who are fearful inflation rears up. So I think it's a good year overall, but most of the gains come in the second half.
This is a simple case of consolidating some of the outsized gains we saw at the end of last year.
Yes, and as we all know, whenever you have a parabolic move, and the move from October to December was basically parabolic, you need to consolidate. In fact, you might even have to decline a bit. So I wouldn't be surprised if we have the market down, as much as 5% by March. But that's really going to end up being a pullback you want to buy because we're not having a hard landing. I mean, the only risk to our view would be if we have a recession.
So that'd be the risk. What you think is 20%, 30? What is the risk of recession in your view?
I mean, I think it's low. I mean, in a typical year, the odds of a recession is 20%. I think it's probably around 20%, maybe even less, because I think what investors have priced in is greater than a 20% recession. As you know, there's still many people skeptical, thinking the only way that a Fed cycle ends is with a recession. So many think you're going to have a recession this year because of the yield curve. I think those have been very costly for investors because people have been overly cautious. But yeah, so I think the recession odds are low.
We don't have companies don't have the revenue boost from raising prices, or probably won't anymore. So I don't. What is your earnings picture for gains in 2024? Is it 10% on the S&P?
Yeah, but pricing power and sort of greedflation. I mean, only really a handful of companies really did that. Many of those were consumer product companies and staples, and they're the ones that have been suffering recently. Unit demand, I think, is one of the stories that will emerge because as soon as we have lower interest rates, demand for housing is going to improve. That's there's a huge multiplier effect to GDP from housing activity. So I think you're going to see the cyclical part of the economy really pick up.
Do you, Tom, do you forecast at this point that we'll be disappointed from the absolute number of Fed rate cuts next year? Will that be okay if we don't get whatever it is that the market's anticipating, 6 or 7? Is that okay? And if we do get it, what does that say about the economy?
I know that's the debate, Joe, with investors. And to me, the number of cuts isn't going to be as important as how the bond market reacts to the trend in inflation this year. And we think inflation's still on a glide path much lower than consensus. So I do think we're going to approach target before year end, before the year end 2024. Maybe, this December one could be a little bumpier than expected. But if that's in fact the path, like inflation's weaker, I think interest rates, especially on the long term, are going to fall more than expected. And so it's going to be less about how many cuts the Fed does, and it's going to be whether or not the Fed also recognizes that. So to me, stocks are going to take their cue from the bond market more than what the Fed actually does.
So you don't think the last mile is going to be an issue because of wage gains or whatever? You think the Fed will get to 2%? People said we're never getting to 2% again. You don't think it's a new normal? You think we go back to where we were for such a long period of time? There's nothing structural that's now in there. It was all supply chain disruptions.
Probably the best clue to this is the fact that we just got consumer inflation expectations from the New York Fed survey earlier this week, and inflation expectations are back to pre-pandemic. So if consumers aren't expecting inflation to reaccelerate, and housing and cars, which is essentially been 86% of the change in inflation, if those are normalizing, and housing doesn't have to be negative, it just has to grow at 3%. And as you know, used cars could fall, like as much as 30% in the next 12 months. you don't really have much behind inflation. So I'd be surprised.
So it was transitory. That's
Yeah.
what you said. Yeah, that's what you're saying. It was transitory all along. It was,
Yeah.
it wasn't, it was, it is, it wasn't. So now we decided we're back to that. Okay, so just to end on, give me your 1 year and 5 year price target for Bitcoin.
I think in the next 12 months, something over 100,000, maybe 150,000. And, in the next 5 years, again, there's a finite supply, and now we have a potentially huge increase in demand with a spot Bitcoin approval. So I think in 5 years, something around 500,000 would be potentially achievable.
Meet Otto Phil, his company's newest IT admin. He's something of a celebrity at work. His popularity has left some people a little confused. See, Otto introduced his team to Dashlane, the private and secure password manager that helps IT admins safeguard their organizations and people. With powerful features like autofill, Dashlane makes security simple. Go to dashlane.com to give it a try.
As a tax preparer, you know that speed helps you serve more clients each tax season. But it's accuracy and providing solid advice that keeps those clients coming back to you year over year. The current year of the Tax Cycle Suite has over 5,000 review messages to help you. 1,500 of those are in the T1 module alone. These review messages spot errors and remind you of opportunities so you can really shine for your clients. Press F9 to open the review sidebar and see a full list of outstanding errors. This is more than just a list of issues in the return, though. Click the blue links or double-click on a message to jump to a field or a setting in Options. In many cases, you don't need to go to the field to resolve an issue. Some links let you insert the last year's answer in a single click. And if you hover over a message and see a light bulb, click it to see the quick fix solution to the issue. You can even choose to disable some messages if you don't need them, as long as they aren't critical to filing an accurate return with the CRA.
Oh. What exactly is the opposite of Goldilocks? Live from Studio 2 here at Bloomberg headquarters in New York, I'm Romaine Boston.
And I'm Katie Greifeld. We're kicking off to the closing bell here in the U.S. When you take a look at the equity trade right now, the S&P 500, it's trying to go green, not quite exactly getting there, down about 0.1% at the moment. That's even though you have seen big tech flip into positive territory. The NASDAQ 100 up about 0.2%. So again, fighting back. You take a look at the bond market right now, can't exactly say the same. Yields down about a basis point or so on that 10-year Treasury yield. We're above 4%, but not by too much. Again, it feels like 4% has been like a magnet. I will say that over and over again. Let's take a look at Bitcoin because it is drifting lower, only down about 1% right now, Romaine. This is as we count down potentially to SEC approval on that spot Bitcoin ETF.
Yeah, we're going to talk a lot about that a little bit later here on this show. But as far as the broader market goes, that massive year-end rally in equities is still showing some strain here at the start of the new year. Max Kettner, the chief multi-asset strategist over at HSBC, told Bloomberg Television earlier he sees a reverse Goldilocks scenario out there because of the mismatch between some of the aggressive pricing for Fed rate hikes, or cuts, I should say, and a resilient economy that would suggest higher for longer rates. Now, Kettner says that if the economic outlook doesn't change, then the rates outlook needs to be corrected, and that will leave investors with very few places to hide. Meanwhile, over at PIMCO, they're saying don't give up on bonds. Not surprising, of course, coming from the world's largest active fixed income manager, but it does make the case that while duration risk should still be contained, bonds could see equity-like returns in 2024. Among the strategies PIMCO favors, yield curve steepening,
really don't know what's going to happen. In a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news around.
Hi everyone, I'm Zink Glassam. And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Wednesday, January 10th, 2024, taking the blame, Boeing CEO speaks out after that terrifying Alaska Airlines flight. What his company is doing right now to ensure their planes are safe. Surprise guest, Hunter Biden crashes his own contempt hearing on Capitol Hill. Just minutes ago, we're getting some breaking news here that BlackRock and ARK slashed their BTF ETF fees ahead of the deadline in an effort here to compete and attract investors with some of their lower costs. Let's talk about where all things stand and what this means for the industry. We want to bring in Zach Bradford. He's the CEO of CleanSmart. Zach, it's great to have you here. So let's talk about some of the excitement that we're seeing play out within the crypto space right now. The massive jump that we saw on the heels of that false tweet from the SEC yesterday. What are you expecting to hear from the SEC, and what do you think it's going to do to the price of Bitcoin?
You know, we're really excited about it. I expect we're going to see approval, later this afternoon. And how we view it is as a long-term catalyst. So I think we'll see some, price action immediately after. But we look at it as another way of adoption. And the strength of Bitcoin is partially based on how many users use it, what adoption looks like, and what the access looks like. And this is going to be a brand new way for new investors to be able to get access in a way that's familiar. So we see this as nothing but positive for ultimately the price of Bitcoin, but the long-term adoption rate of Bitcoin also. We think this is going to really prove it out. The Bitcoin Improving ETF helps everybody view also the related industries around it as something that is a little more friendly, a little more accessible for your everyday investor.
Zach, we'll put the question to you as well that came up with our conversation with Steve Sosnick of Interactive Brokers of, if you weren't in Bitcoin or crypto touching before, is this the moment that changes that mindset for investors that are out there or even some larger institutional firms?
I think so, because I think that often the access or the custody or, what is Bitcoin, there's potential complications that are barriers to entry. An average investor feels very comfortable with a stock or, an ETF ownership. And I think that there's a lot of institutional capital that's been sidelined due to the risks around it. And the ETFs have now put up a system where they're going to hold it, they're going to manage some of those immediate risks around holding and custody of the Bitcoin themselves. And so I think it's a great entry point. And I think that, if you look at the returns that Bitcoin has been producing on a long-term basis, I think you're going to see a lot of portfolio managers access at least a small portion of the portfolio because I think that there's going to be, to the SEC's point from their warning on Monday, there's going to be a fear of missing out. And I think it's a valid fear because I of course, am a long-term believer in Bitcoin. And so I do think that that's where we're going to see an easy entry point into Bitcoin through these ETFs.
Exactly. When we talk about the number of the catalysts, maybe that could be on tap here for the crypto industry, also taking a look at halving, what exactly that does, not only for the industry, but more specifically your business. How are you preparing for that? And I guess in the long term, do you see that being a massive catalyst for the industry here, just in terms of wider adoption and also what it has done historically speaking?
Yeah, the halving event is every 4 years, essentially. The rewards that the algorithm produces for the miners that are managing the system gets cut in half. And it's designed that way for, supply and demand reasons. And I think, again, on a long-term basis, as supply decreases, you get built-in scarcity, and that helps improve Bitcoin and its value. on a historical basis, in the prior halvings, when it occurs, there's usually, an upward price movement 3 to 6 months after the halving event. That's very meaningful. And so, as a miner, our focus has been on making sure we are amongst the most efficient miners on an energy basis, which of course is our main cost driver, so that we can stay competitive, so that when the large price movement that we do expect on a post-halving basis occurs, that we're ready to benefit from that. So, that's what I would, new investors to Bitcoin, there's a catalyst coming in April to look for that historically has led to price improvements on a long-term basis.
Zach, we're going to include you in our informal Yahoo Finance poll of the day with this question. Is Gary Gensler, SEC chair, a friend or foe for crypto?
I think for crypto, I think he's probably foe. And I think that comes to a key thing to understand is not all digital assets are made equal. I do think that Bitcoin is different. It's the only thing that really doesn't have a CEO. It is fully distributed. And I think that's why we're seeing Bitcoin be the first one to pass through, because it's clearly, in my opinion, not a security. But I do think that there's a tough road ahead for other digital assets under Gensler's leadership.
Zach Bradford, CleanSpark CEO. Zach, thanks so much for taking the time here on the day. We appreciate it.
Hey, thank you for having me.
It's nice to meet you. Hey, so good to see you.
Today is the biggest day in the history of crypto. I'm prone to hyperbole, but I actually believe that this is true. But it couldn't be the biggest day without us having a complete shit show within 24 hours of it happening. And that, of course, is that the SEC's Twitter, X, known as Twitter, account was hacked. We did a fake approval of the ETF news, then Gary Gensler had to correct it. We saw price go way up, then way down, $3,200 spread in under 15 minutes, and then Ethereum popped. Guys, you couldn't write this if you tried. It's incredible entertainment, and now everybody wants to know what comes next if and when these ETFs are approved. Derek Balchunas says all systems go. I tend to believe him. I have two of my favorite possible guests here to discuss it. Eleanor Terrence and, of course, Atif Qureshi from Dragonfly. And on the back end, we got Texas Press Capital, Chris Inc. to discuss the charts and what it means for traders. This is going to be an epic day, guys. Let's go.
Let's go.
What is up, everybody? I'm Scott Melker, also known as the Wolf of Wall Street. Before we get started, please subscribe to the channel, hit that like button. I'm just going to go ahead and bring the guests on right away because they have a lot more color on what the hell is happening than I do. Good morning, Eleanor. Good night, Hasid. Over there in Singapore on the other side of the world. I mean, this is basically what happened here, Eleanor, right? We got 311 yesterday. SEC tweets that Bitcoin ETFs are approved. Questionable tweet had like a hashtag Bitcoin in there. Apparently, the SEC was actually liking posts underneath responses that said like Bitcoin to the moon and stuff like that. If anyone thought it was real, it just looked real at the time. Then Gary Gensler says it was a hack. Then the SEC regained control immediately, which is miraculous. And then the SEC tweeted that it was hacked and not approved. But it looks like we are back on schedule now, right? They're saying here back to regularly scheduled programming. And Eleanor, we're already seeing more fee wars today. What the hell is happening, Eleanor? Can you give us the broad strokes, I guess, on what happened yesterday and what to expect today?
Yeah, so just a fun little bit of color. At the exact moment that the SEC tweeted that fake tweet about the approval of Bitcoin's body scan, Ellie Terrence tweeted, "I see a nap in my near future."
Oops.
yesterday. I'm thinking, okay, well, it's Tuesday. I'm not expected to get these approvals until tomorrow. I'm still at the office at this point. I'm like, oh, just need to go home and just take a nap. At 4:11, the exact moment that the fake tweet came out. And so then, of course, the deluge came, right? And everyone's freaking out. I have alerts on for the SEC, so when they tweet something or when Gary tweets something, it pops up on my phone. And I just couldn't believe it. I thought, okay, well, at first I thought this is something that Gary probably would do. The SEC doesn't want media and people like, the crypto heads to control the narrative, right? So they're probably thinking, let's push it a little bit early so, we're the ones still in charge here. So at first I wasn't surprised. And, you see something come from an official account like that, you don't think twice to check whether to look at the graphic, right? I mean, a lot of armchair graphic designers over the last 24 hours have come in and said, well, this is nothing like the original SEC graphics that they use. You go in and you can see the formatting is totally different, but from a journalist's point of view, and quite frankly from Twitter users' point of view, when something comes from an official account, your first thought isn't, oh, that's a hack. So obviously things said about the SEC gained control back rather quickly. We saw Gary Gensler's tweet saying that the account had been compromised. And then a few hours later, we heard from Twitter security, I think Elon Musk said he was looking into it, that what had actually happened is that someone with access to the phone number that was associated with the SEC account had somehow, created a new password and logged in, or had somehow just gained access. We don't know who this individual is, using a third party. So is that a website, or how? We're not entirely sure. The language is still kind of murky. We're not sure what all the connections are. But essentially it says that this person was able to access the account through a phone number. And we didn't
have 2FA activated.
Right.
SEC's literal job is to protect investors and didn't even have 2FA on their account. It's like Gary literally went out to a bar and gave the girl his phone number.
That is the key point, Scott. And then last night, we're looking at these tweets that didn't age very well, right? You've got this tweet from October from Gary when it's cybersecurity awareness month, literally saying, remember to use strong passwords and phrases and set up multi-factor authentication. So it's a little worrying that our market overlords don't have the cybersecurity safety protocols in place that they preach on Twitter every day.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw that Coinbase actually, their executives, I don't know if it was trolling or serious, but they said, hey guys, we're pretty good at this security thing. They literally hey Gary, we got a serious offer. As a crypto exchange, we've got a lot of experience with security protocols. You get the idea. And you're right. I mean, the tweet storm, Eleanor, surrounding this is amazing. People dumping up old tweets. Obviously, there's just so many of them. It's almost astounding. Unusual whales putting out. Careful what you read on the internet. The best source of information about the SEC is the SEC. I think that was in response to the Forex intern tweet that was fake recently. Of course, we had Senator Bill Hagerty saying, listen, guys, what happens here? Guys, it's literally what they just did. I'm trying to find the tweet from Gasparino. What happened here? The big announcement had would have violated new SEC gov rules adopted in July that require high-level risk management. So now the SEC has to investigate the SEC for wrongdoing.
There's so many people in crypto. We've gotten hacked, we've gotten scammed, we've gotten impersonated, now including the SEC. Because they had SMS as their second factor. SMS is not secure. It is very easy for anybody who's motivated to go to your phone company and calling the things to be used and finding information on some third party some data on the dark web or something, and say, oh, I'm you, I lost my phone, please transmit my phone number to this phone, and they do it, and boom, they can now log in. That's exactly what happened to a bunch of people that we talked last month or so. And they think that a lot.
You didn't even have to have their number drop that
Well, no, so what they do is they did a telecoverage. They did a telecoverage with the phone, right? So they had the SMS deals like the telephone. Now, when we talk about TSA, we do non-SMS TSA, right? Not allowing somebody to exactly. You can do that into anything but SMS. So this is in the FCC's recommendations.
What it's worth, I don't remember the last time, especially, certainly from a company-wide standpoint, we're obviously very good with our security here. I used to complain all the time how annoying the 2FA thing was. I understand now why we need it, but I don't know anything, any kind of Twitter, Instagram, everything that needs a login these days has 2FA. I don't even remember the last time that I couldn't opt for 2FA.
Yeah, it is crazy that they opted out. So listen, I think we've established here that the SEC completely blew this. It's laughable. They've made themselves a meme here, and it's well deserved. But we did get a hint as to what might likely happen, what we saw. And I don't really want to get too deeply into short-term price, but if you were looking at the chart, I mean, this is literally a 5-minute chart. It topped at 48,000, and 15 minutes later, it was 44,700. You're talking about a $3,200 candle spread, immediate move up to the upside, then a huge dump to the downside, and Ethereum went up. We had all this craziness. The message there to me is don't trade the volatility around this event to everybody out there. Like you should already be positioned for this. You should be ready to go. If you're using leverage and trying to trade around this, especially if you saw what happened yesterday, you're probably going to get wrecked. But Eleanor, this is giving a little more time for these keyboards, right? You kind of mentioned this. You don't understand this. This is like literally, I think I tweeted, by tomorrow they're going to be giving you a free test at a date with their sister, like to choose their ETF instead of someone else's. There's no way any of these companies stay in business unless they are the single one or two to capture all the AUM. All people in the industry, they said doing the math here, you got to have $34 billion under management of fees just to break even.
Yeah.
Right. So what's going on here?
That's a good point, and also I think it's interesting, right? Because they're marketing these things like there are retail investors who are going to see these low fees and say, "Oh, like jackpot! This is my yard sale. I'm going to go and do this." But with an ETF, you're buying through CFAs, right? Financial advisors who know the deal with this kind of stuff. So they're gonna, hopefully, if they're a good advisor, they're gonna point you towards the one that's, likely to have the best flows, probably has good infrastructure in place already. So, and if you notice, the two crypto specific ones, right? So you've got Bitwise and I believe it's Grayscale. So Grayscale hasn't, they're the only ones that haven't budged one down in their fee, or even putting in like an after waiver. Doesn't have an after fee waiver.
Yeah, no waiver. This is a whole different story.
Right.
They have $27 billion already in AUM, and they're coming down.
Right. Well, they hold the market share right now. I think they're betting that there's the whole thing with capital gains tax. If you pull out of these, you've been holding it for a while, you're going to pay like monumental capital gains tax by the time it takes you to get into one of these other low fee ETFs. So it's interesting what they're doing. It's almost like like headlines, like okay, we can provide the low fee, but in the long term, is that really going to help us with attracting customers, attracting networks?
Yeah, I think there's this little immediate battle for AUM, the view that whoever wins in the first week or two or a month is going to win long term, but they're going to lose the war if they don't get enough. So I think that this is a really dangerous game for probably playing. Let's pivot to, let's see, like you and I have talked many times. You always have a vision of what's coming from the market. We talked in Singapore in September. You were right about everything you said. You said, listen, we're thawing out. You made the great point that nobody cared about SPF in Asia already for 6 months, and that people had moved on. How big is this? I mean, we all know it's happening. Right? There's an assumption, but how big long term do you think this is of all these sort of landmark events you've seen in crypto before? I call it the biggest day. Maybe that's hyperbolic at this point because we all know it's happening, but we've waited 10 years.
Yeah, look, I'm sort of of two minds on this. On one level, ETFs are important for making capital flows that we're definitely like to see that in the industry. And that's important. just in terms of the raw dollars that are going to enter into Bitcoin and eventually other assets that will eventually become available to ETFs. On the other hand, it also is kind of a murder at the end of the day. Like you saw, you had a good 10 seconds or 10 minutes. I was thinking the ETF was approved and Bitcoin at 3%. At this point, like, I think we can more or less assume that it's precedent. Everyone knows that there's going to be a Bitcoin stuff. So the crypto world is already in that season. And so, okay, in the world of the Bitcoin ETF, what are the problems ahead of us in today's? And the answer is basically the exact same as they were yesterday, which is that we still need to figure out how to make this stuff scalable, get into the hands of many more users, like making it easier for people to invest in this stuff. Honestly, we already did those things in creating automated platform and finance and all these. Now it's very easy to use and easy to access companies and finance. Relative to this, it's like years ago. It's night and day how difficult it is, how easy it is today compared to what it was 6 years ago to get into this. Now we can use these financial companies. But at the end of the day, the thing that justifies all this financial growth is that we actually solve problems as an industry and keep getting better and cleaning up our shit. So that's what I focus on more or less. Like obviously the news is very exciting and animating and looking at the best ridiculous as we've seen the last 24 hours. At the end of the day, I think markets are the thing that we're already doing is coming. So the next thing I think on the horizon for markets is probably the ETF and what's downstream of that ETF. And I think that's perhaps part of the reason why we've already seen some narrative of it. Like, oh, okay, well, Bitcoin is going to go to 3%, maybe it goes to 3% more or whatever, but what's the next meeting to get excited about?
It was the exact same moment. It was the exact same moment. I mean, it was the biggest hourly volume candle we've had on Ethereum against Bitcoin in as long as I can see, and it went from 0.047 to about 0.053. Not huge, but you've just been dying here for months. I should say there could be a rotation. I didn't expect the rotation to be 13 seconds after there was like a spot ETF. But I think you're right. The Ethereum spot ETF is the next narrative. However, I mean, we've seen people. I think Standard Charter said they think the Ethereum spot ETF will improve in the first or second quarter this year. I think that's impressive. I mean, what do you hear?
Well, we know that the applications are in. I would say that's probably a little aggressive, but now that Bitcoin spot essentially in theory going to be up and running, out the way, kind of like establishing the structure for ongoing things, right? So you've got the Bitcoin spot, now you're going to have a Ethereum spot, and they know exactly how to do it now. So halfway by those who did the Bitcoin spot ETF. Yes, you know what they're dealing with, they know the forms, they know the format, it's already been done. So I think, while the timeline might be a little too soon, but I think, probably by the end of the year, you can see one because, now they kind of know what they're dealing with. In terms of, will there be an XRP, single product spot ETF? I know Stephen McClure thought the
I texted Steve the second you said that, and I was like, dude.
Yeah. I said to him,
I'm not saying I'm going to do it, but somebody is.
I said to him, yes, I think we saw Eric up to his comment and said, we've woken up the XRP army, and I said, there's a new patient state of the XRP army. I understand what the point he's trying to make, though. I mean, I think XRP now, you're seeing it included in the Grayscale, the large cap fund, SEC, Wall Street, I mean, it's still ongoing, but the big picture is that XRP has itself as non-security, and you saw it listed on major exchanges, and now included in the Grayscale digital large cap fund. So I think the point he's trying to make is that we will probably see more of XRP. From a fund perspective, will there be a single product spot ETF for XRP? If there is, it's not going to be anytime soon because Gary uses altcoins. He took Ripple to ask over XRP, so he's not a fan. Gary likes Bitcoin, and I don't know how you feel about Ethereum because he keeps kind of pushing position on that. So we'll see. But in terms of other single product altcoin spot ETFs, I think we're gonna have to wait a while for that.
To be clear, I don't think Gary likes Bitcoin either. He's fighting this Bitcoin spot ETF to the judge for him, so we can't. Yeah. And Ether, I do think the Ether is probably too late. I mean, they have Ether futures ETFs that are regulated by the CFTC, which is more or less a concession by the SEC that hey, it's not under our jurisdiction. If they thought that Ethereum was a security, they should have thought that a while ago. So Ether ETFs being regulated by the CFTC to me says that SEC is not going to fight that fight. But with Ripple, I mean, they still intend to. They've been very clear. They think that the Terra Luna case of the Bitcoin was contradictory to Dorsey's decision. So they plan to fight this to death. I think anything beyond Ether is probably going to have to be after the SEC does that. And if there's a 2024 election that leads to a change in leadership, that's probably going to get more.
Yeah, I agree. And Hussey, we've obviously talked to death what could happen, flows, and all these things. I don't want to talk about that. You made the great point, I think, which is that, okay, we know this is happening. Now it's more investable. Don't we still need the killer app? I mean, don't we still need these billions of people to come in and actually start using this thing? What's happening on that front? What's going to really be the narrative that drives the cycle beyond the ETF? The ETF trade is done today, as far as I'm concerned, right? And we see it like that happening. You have this really long-term effect, and obviously we get inflows, but that's not a bunch of people who are going to come in here and start using DEXs or in-game assets and all the things we're excited about.
Yeah, so there's two sides of this industry, more or less, right? A good half of this industry is just Bitcoin. And if you ask the question, how does Bitcoin become more Bitcoin? How does it become the true digital gold that everyone is excited that we can make something from? And to me, I think the answer to that is actually time. Just time and like less FTX. The less of that that we have, the better it's going to be, and the more naturally Bitcoin is going to grow into the mantle that it's more or less the promise. I think this is a function of time and kind of normalization. For everything else, right, a good half of this industry is by market cap. It's all the other shit, which is how do you get this in the hands of those users? What about stablecoins? What about gaming? What about DeFi? I think it's a much more complicated picture and much more mixed picture, depending on where you look and where you go. There's a blog post that the Tower posted a few weeks back talking about, hey, we need to go back to our cycle roots in crypto. The crypto sort of strayed from the original vision that Satoshi Nakamoto handed down all this years ago. And he contrasted his vision for crypto going back to decentralization and fairness to justice and this kind of hyper commercial capitalist, like, do it, let's just do super low fees and get this stuff in the hands of users. Ironically, a lot of what we are talking about right now is more the justice argument. What do we actually do to get stablecoins in the hands of the users? And in order to really get there, I think you need some combination of the talent, sort of come back home and really think about how do we improve the technology and make it better to trade and fair. Holding on to that long soul, because it's really good. If you use that, you use the people no longer believe that people not just scams and get rich quick schemes, but it really you guys actually really have a vision. A lot of what animated people got excited about this stuff over the last few years was this big rough movement. And maybe a lot of it came from out there, somewhat hyperbole, not always true, but it was something that people really genuinely rallied on. And then I think on the other side of that, you've got the just practical, can we actually get fees right? Can we actually get the US really good? Can we make online trade easy in different countries around the world, not just in the US, not just for financial advisors? So I think there's a lot of different angles to be excited about, but I want to make the purchases, and I told you this after, I think this is going to be very good for crypto, both in terms of technological advancement and in terms of price action of the other things.
Yeah, I think the tailwinds right now are astounding. You brought up that stablecoins has been one of the large sort of topics to me that's in the killer app, and like you said, we just need to get it in people's hands. Eleanor, that's one of the few things that we seem to actually have movement on legislation about. I don't have much hope that we're going to get anything done, but you've been covering it very closely. Do you think that the spot ETF, the SEC's under, any of this can actually start to push legislators to give us some clarity here? Because listen, we can blame the SEC all we want, but a lot of people will also point out that the SEC does whatever they want until Congress makes a law and forces their hand. And we haven't seen anything go through Congress, Senate, President, nothing.
Yeah, I think we have to take into account the timing. I think the bills came into effect, at least the preliminary drafts, and the out of committee votes came at the end of December last year. And then obviously we had the drama and some other things that they were dealing with for the speaker drama towards the end of the year. So those specific bills were blown out for the end of last year, and then hopefully will get picked up again this year. I think with the spot ETF phenomena, you definitely see the Republicans and the Financial Services Committee and the Senate Banking Committee members already writing letters. They're already saying they're going to investigate, or they're hoping the SEC will investigate. They're going to haul Gary up in front of them. I think this is just another tool in their toolkit to be able to say we need, crypto kind of hanging in the balance here. They should just over again. And there's legislation here that can help them out. So let's push on for that. I know McHenry is leaving, but there's people like Bill Huizinga, French Hill, who are going to take up the charge, and they're on crypto's side. So I see that being not necessarily a priority, even getting to it. Will it be in a timely fashion? We have obviously the 2024 election coming up, so that's going to take a lot of time. There's some more kind of like funding and destiny drama, I think, coming up as well in the next few weeks. So obviously there's other priorities, but I think it's definitely part of the conversation, and especially with what happened yesterday, there more emphasis, I think, on Congress to do something.
I'm really eagerly awaiting Elizabeth Warren's tweet blaming us all for this.
Well,
These hackers attacked us.
Did you see the tweet from Joe Tulisi? He's saying, if I was the SEC, so if I was Gary Gensler, I would issue a statement today saying that the SEC will not be approving spot Bitcoin ETFs, and also that they will be rescinding approval of the Bitcoin futures ETF until surveillance measures are approved, not to blame Gary. They're blaming the crypto industry. They're blaming crypto bros for a hack, an SEC hack. This is not your crypto bro who wants to get, an SEC approval to make their money yet. Like, why are you blaming an industry for a hack that happened on the SEC watch?
There was also an internal thing. There was a Bloomberg story that also ran saying the title of the Bloomberg story was SEC account amplifies concerns over security at process. Because what we hired, these guys are meant to pay on their account. That has nothing to do with the platform. You can't think with any account. If you're just going to say, yes, if somebody instructs your phone, they can get into your account. That's you. It's not on any platform. Ridiculous. They have like thousands of employees, and not one person at the SEC with all of them making millions of dollars in budget. But they have options, but not one person's job is to like check whether they have to available or they
Right, and listen, I mean, it's really important. What they tweet moves the market dramatically.
But more so than the people that are regulated.
Yeah, and you look at it from the other hand, right? If this is a Wall Street firm or if this was a crypto firm that did this, the SEC staffers would be on the phone trying to figure out what the heck happened in microseconds. But because it's them, there's not much movement, and obviously we may or may not see consequences or investigation into them.
Yeah, I showed a tweet before for Dolphins. I mean, what it says when they pass rules with the SEC that if you have a cybersecurity hack, it's your responsibility and it's your fault if the market moves. So now when we get the SEC investigating the SEC for wrongdoing by the SEC, I mean, is that literally like what a clown show we come down to? I will say though, I think the silver lining on all of this is 9 months ago, when they were coming after Coinbase, they were coming after Binance, we had a real fear that the SEC could massively damage or end crypto. Now they're a joke. I mean, no, you used to be afraid to take shots at like the regulators. Now it's like, yeah, Darling House over here. Days like this remind me that the SEC should be investigating itself for multiple things. Crypto Twitter remains undefeated at being Sailor. Bitcoin will be the only thing that's approved twice by the SEC. Tyler, today the SEC don't continue its quest to harden the SEC. So hope the SEC accountable metal lawman. Hey Gary, patience hit one follow-up question. What's a crypto asset security and where can I find the definition in a statute? Right, I mean, listen, like everybody is clowning him. I've been tweeting fire Gary Gensler for 6 months. Nobody's afraid of him anymore. Isn't that like a benefit, I think, to the industry? And they keep losing for it. I heard you. I mean, I'll see
the reality, yeah, look, I mean, we're already regulated by the SEC. In general, it is not a good idea to take pot shots at your own regulator when you're a regulated institution like we are. That said, we happen to live in a great country where you can do that. And you have the freedom of speech to be able to criticize the people who are in power. This is one of the places where, normally I give regulators the benefit of the doubt. They don't have jobs, they haven't jobs at the but Gary Gensler has personally made it his own individual vendetta to go after real estate. And everything that he's getting right now, I think, is more or less justified. The problem, though, at the end of the day, is that there are very deep oversight mechanisms over the federal agencies, right? Technically, Congress is supposed to oversee it, but there's not a lot we can really do. There's not like, and so the most we can really do is to drag somebody. And so in some sense, what we are doing in criticizing the FCC and taking them to task and making news about them is kind of the only thing we really have in this democracy. Beyond the White House basically going and recalling somebody, which is not going to happen, obviously, especially not this close to an election cycle. This is really the only mechanism that we have as a check on this action. Congress can't do anything. All we can do is make it harder for Gary Gensler to have much more of a career than he currently has.
I'm thinking of my last interview I did with Mark Moss, you guys might know, and he literally said, I have my Bitcoin and my memes and I'm going to war. And this is like 2 years ago, and it's so true. I mean, that's literally what we're doing here. Eleanor, is there any chance this thing gets rejected today? Like, are we even at the 1% chance at this point or I guess delayed more than rejected? I mean,
I hate to talk in percentages and I hate to make predictions because it just scares me. But I would be very surprised if we didn't see an approval today. I think the FCC already has egg on its face from what happened yesterday. If they say a denial or a delay, maybe they can get away with a delay of a day or two. But at the end of the day, today is January 10th. It is the deadline for them to make a decision on our 21 shares. So I would be very shocked if we didn't get some kind of approval today. I think we should probably watch the SEC website for incoming 19B4s and not take seriously anything we see from the SEC official Twitter account. I don't think we'll be getting a big media announcement about it today.
Yeah, I think they blew their chance at that. I'll see.
But in the spirit of crypto, I just checked the prediction market on Polymarket. And there's not totally big. There's like $8 million.
85 the other day. Yeah.
It's 83 right now. It's gone down a little bit. And there's a separate market where you have to delay the different decision. And that's right now at 28% yes.
That's significant. That's more than I would expect. I mean, I think we get approved. The thing is, it's. I think we were discussing this yesterday, but I think everybody's instinct is just PTSD with Gary. Like something bad has to happen because they would never let this happen. We all want to put on our tinfoil hats. But if you listen to Eleanor, you listen to Eric Balchunas, and you see what you guys have been reporting and the amount of resources, time, money that the SEC has used to get this done, and that these companies have, this would be the lawsuit of all lawsuits if for some reason they reject it at this point. I just don't see how they can get out of it. And even the flip side of that is I think that Gary takes a victory lap here. I say it every day, but he says, I like Bitcoin, I always liked it, I just wanted trusted Wall Street institutions to approve, and that's why we've denied it for so long. Now we have BlackRock and Fidelity guys, right? It would be an absolute disaster if they rejected this today, right?
I think so. I think it would be. I don't know if the lawsuits would go anywhere. I think these companies would probably sue, or the lawsuit of all lawsuits, like you just said. But at the end of the day, saying this, it is the SEC's discretion to approve these things. So I do think that at this point, Gary probably wants to own it a little bit at this point too. I was the one that brought Bitcoin spot ETFs to the masses. I was the one that democratized Bitcoin. So I think there's some, he does want to take a little bit of a victory out there as well. But we've seen him countless times. He's hidden behind things when he goes to Congress. He says, I can't comment on an ongoing investigation. So let's hope he doesn't do that this time, and there's no bearing on the issuers who have put so much time and effort, and the SEC staff, frankly. At the request of Gary, the SEC staff has been putting in man hours for this thing, working with the issuers. But for what it's worth, I haven't heard any drop in the optimism from the issuers. They still seem pretty optimistic that this thing is going to go through today, and I think if there's any change in that, then we'll know.
Yeah. Do we have any idea what the expected flows are? It seemed only 2 weeks ago that there was this consensus it would be a flat launch. It would not be that much, maybe a couple $100 million. It would not be as accessible as Bitto was when it launched. And all of a sudden last week it was BlackRock has $2 billion lined up, Bitwise has $200 million lined up. price action always sort of reacts to what happens versus expectation. It's not in a vacuum, right? So it's very hard for me to set that expectation at this point. Do you have any concept of what people are looking for in the first week, month, 6 months, year? I've seen a huge scale. Hasib, have you heard anything?
All that person asked is a question.
That obviously, I would say that might be a you question, but I think that might be an Eric and James question. I'm not entirely up to speed on the flows, but I think the consensus for BlackRock at least is something like 200 billion about it. That came out maybe a day or so ago. So I mean, we're not talking small numbers here.
Yeah, I think that somebody said yesterday or 2 days ago we had Matt Hogan and Dave Nowden, who are two ETF experts, obviously one of them Bitwise. I think the most successful launch ETF of all time was like 5 billion in a year. So if we do 50, we're 10, and that was the NASDAQ, like the Qs, right? So I think we have an asset that's 1/20th that size, and we need to do 10 to 20 times that. It's a pretty high expectation, I think, to do 50, 100 billion, but we are seeing those kind of numbers. What happens next if we do get the approval, by the way? We had Van Eck on TV yesterday. I think he sort of slipped. People said, I don't know that he slipped. I think he was confident. These will be trading Thursday. Are we going to literally see these on the market tomorrow?
Yeah, unless what happened yesterday delays the trading, maybe there'll be an approval. I'm not saying I know anything at all, but maybe, if anything will just get delayed, maybe it's launch date, but I don't know that. So, tomorrow is Thursday, and all those in plan will see them start trading tomorrow. I will tell you what I know, and that is that we have Michael Sunshine on the Widow and Charlie Gasparino tomorrow in the 12 o'clock hour. He is he's stationed down at the night seat, which is where the ETF is set to launch. So I haven't heard any changes there. So as far as I know, it's still a go for Thursday. We also have Larry Fink on with Charlie on Friday, so that should be a good interview as well.
You want a little inside baseball? I'm in touch with Sunshine's team constantly, and they've said he won't be doing any interviews until they get the approval, and they'll let me know. And I also had the CEO of Bitwise, who we've been trying to get on. We had Matt Hogan yesterday, and he was like, "How about maybe Thursday?" So I would say that just breathing into that, there's a lot of confidence that these will be trading, or at least approved by tomorrow. Even if they're not trading, I think there's an approval. Hasib, is there anything else around this that's exciting to you, or should we just put the ETF in the past and move on to the rest of it, man?
I mean, I would say, although it's exciting to kind of be looking at all the micro before things happen, but I'm not a trader. Now that my journey is started. For me, I'm just kind of watching how the industry responds to all this. But yeah, for the moment, I'm getting we're already that's the word you and I and we're calling this and that way. By next time, I would know if I was going to do I just think for us, how do we do how do we actually get shit done? How do we clear it out and make sure that there's everything that you're leading to? I actually agree. Not as a lead, but in the time as actually
Do you think that we finally crushed all the contagion narrative of past does the ETF finally put SDF and Brzezinski and CZ, by the way, I don't put in that same category, but is this all the time? Can we move forward without thinking about any of that anymore now that
Oh, is this your shop? Yeah. If you guys are interested, I can get window cleaning. Sure. I've cleaned windows around here since I was 1 year old.
I'm going. But there's still a lot of stuff. Just kind of norms and ways in which we kind of expected something to be able in the crypto community. So I think it would fall for us to I do think this
就是我在那边看到有了我就过来，那我把你就当过走了。 这个东西它是有个空的人连的，不知道它是什么。然后我还是换屏幕什么的。
You're number one, right? And each cycle will for a while.
That's right. We're number one. They continuously during chapter 1. That's it. We are not in phase of each other. The people who know about crypto, who are in the crypto world, they know, oh, buying back in, having this, things are good. But we're way before the stage where taxes have that. But I think we will probably get there sometime for next year. I don't know.
Yeah, when I had that conversation at the time, these families
Yeah, you can leave your contact here.
They were all number one because of Doge.
Dog likes
me.
Yeah.
Dog likes me.
Reno.
Huh?
He likes everyone.
Animals always like me.
Good. You have dogs at all?
2 dogs or 3 dogs, 3 or 4 dogs upstairs, and a cat downstairs.
Okay, good. I will contact you. Who sent me about store manager? Contact you for window.
What are you guys doing here? Bitcoin Shop. So we're providing a service.
I think it's something that is apparent from yesterday. I mean, what is art for most people in the crypto community, reading what it means from yesterday, blasting the SEC, and I think that really brings the community together. It's not our community and people coming for a certain reason. I think a lot of people do it for the community.
Yeah, just open up.
You know, this one down here, I can take this off.
People don't laugh at us, they laugh at the
We
SEC
actually
instead. They usually.
This is definitely what we can do. This was not all that. This was definitely not all that. I would think we've taken a lot of notes in the last couple of years, and we've been very close to the futures job walking. Thank God for that. Thank God for
Did anything break, while we were here today? I'll let you guys know. Did we get any big news in the last couple minutes?
No, let me just check my phone and then maybe open text. So no, I
Yeah, none of my phone either, although nobody was telling me
Yeah, I feel like this is all right, guys. Thank you so much. Tomorrow, hopefully, this will be a high-tech conversation for myself. Otherwise,
he's like
right next to this in the past. I'm much more excited to be a constant fan. Figure out what we're going to do over the next few years. So we're talking about the
it was
maybe you'll finally get that app.
We'll finally get that app. I may have to find a new feed. Living crypto. I don't know what it'll be, but you'll be hearing from me.
I guarantee we'll have it in there.
People walking to the glass.
Guys, follow
So they had to put stickers on it.
Yeah, that's my mother was in the mall. She just found this. I know. So dangerous.
I've made people do it.
Today, the countdown for the SEC's decision on spot Bitcoin ETFs and
there. Sometimes.
It's the spot. That's the spot. That's the spot.
Today, the countdown for the SEC's decision on spot Bitcoin ETFs enters its final hours. At the same time, the agency scrambles to investigate an Internet Commerce X account. And Rick Edelman, founder of the Digital Assets Council of Financial Professionals, weighs in on the impact of an SEC decision on crypto markets.
Oh, yeah.
In the crypto world, I'm Mackenzie Sagales. Crypto prices are mixed as investors await the decision on stock Bitcoin ETFs, which can happen any minute. As of 3 p.m. Eastern, when this show is going up, we don't have an announcement on spot Bitcoin ETFs quite yet. As of Eastern, Bitcoin fell to the $45,000 level after trading at a nearly 2-year high the past couple of days. Price of the cryptocurrency dropped during late afternoon trading yesterday. Social media posts from the SEC the agency had approved.
He lived for 18 years.
Gets more on that in just a bit. Ether, however, soared more than 6% to $2,400 as analyst at CNBC spoke with, said that they believe the market is now thinking about an SEC approval of spot ETFs. That decision is expected to happen beginning in May. Meanwhile, Grayscale's Bitcoin Trust dropped more than 2% since noon yesterday, trading at around 38 bucks. According to Wycliffe, the discount of BTC compared to Bitcoin itself was around 6.5%. This morning, Unstrapped global advisors managing partner Tom Lee joined CNBC's Squawk Box, where he discussed his 1-year and 5-year price target for Bitcoin with the SEC's ETF decision in the mix.
I think in the next 12 months, something over 100,000, maybe 150,000. And, the next 5 years, again, there's a finite supply. Now we have potentially so I think in 5 years, something around potentially achievable.
Okay, let's talk about all the latest in the push for a smart Bitcoin ETF in the US, and we have started with the SEC's controversy on NFTs. The that turned out not to be the case. A spokesperson from the agency told CNBC in a statement, quote, the SEC's ex-assistant Dub X/Twitter account has been compromised. The unauthorized tweet regarding Bitcoin ETFs was not made by the SEC or its staff. The confusion around that post also sent Bitcoin's price swinging wildly, spiking above $47,000 before it got retreated. Now, a little later, an SEC spokesperson told CNBC that an unknown party had accessed its X account a little after 4 p.m. Eastern, and that the agency was investigating the matter alongside law enforcement and its partners. The SEC and police won't be the only government officials looking into this incident either. U.S. Senators J.D. Vance of Ohio and Tom Tillis of North Carolina sent a letter to the SEC. The name of the agency said a briefing on this incident on January 23rd. Senator Vance said it was unacceptable that the agency entrusted with regulating the epicenter of the world's capital markets would make such a colossal error. And this morning, former SEC Chairman Jay Clayton joined CNBC's Squawk Box to react to this event.
I think it demonstrates that everybody needs better cyber hygiene and constant cyber hygiene. And yes, is there? Look, let's not parody. Is there irony here? Are control systems part of the SEC's purview? Sure. Is market manipulation something that the SEC enforces and deals with? And are both of those an issue here? Yes. Which is why I go back to what you do. You communicate with your constituencies and tell them what you're doing to address those things.
At the same time, asset managers are still marching ahead with the last touches to their ETF filings in these final hours before the SEC's deadline. Both BlackRock and ARC21 shares updated fees for their ETF proposals, joining a growing race among prospective issuers to collect fees and in turn just maybe increase market share if these ETFs come to fruition. BlackRock reduced its fee from 0.3% to 0.25%, and ARC21 shares dropped its fee from 0.25% to 0.21%. And quickly, we go back to another joining CNBC's Squawk on the Street this morning, where he argued that the ETFs would open up a huge base of new institutional capital. He outlined the questions he has about the mechanics of those spot Bitcoin ETFs.
How will the institutions think about the suitability of this for their clients? There is a massive amount of discretionary capital that these institutions control. Will the suitability tests, how will they be conducted? What about margin? You can get 60% margin on a lot of stocks. Is this a marginable asset? In exchanges and places where people currently acquire Bitcoin, they're able to access loans using the Bitcoin that they own. They can borrow against it. I don't know what a lot of these institutions are going to say. Many of them may just say, we're not going to open this up to anybody but institutionals initially. But people like Schwab, Robinhood, those types of self-directed investment platforms, they may say buy and sell as you wish.
All right, let's get with ETFs for our main story. Ahead of that much-anticipated decision, I spoke with Rick Edelman, the founder of the Digital Assets Council of Financial Professionals, about what to expect for crypto markets long-term if they do win approval. As
As of right now, there has been no decision on spot Bitcoin ETFs. The agency is widely expected to approve at least one application. So let's talk about that. If the SEC does approve one of those applications and it does come to market, what's your take on the significance of a decision like that for Bitcoin and crypto more broadly?
Well, this is clearly the biggest event for crypto in 10 years. This is the holy grail of crypto. Everybody's been waiting for a spot Bitcoin ETF because ETFs are the most popular investment vehicle in America for all the obvious reasons. They're low in cost, high in liquidity. They're extremely affordable. You can buy them in an ordinary brokerage account. You can easily rebalance and dollar cost average and tax loss harvest. Easy for advisors to engage on behalf of their clients as well as for retail investors. And it's been elusive. The SEC has repeatedly said no. So the availability, finally, after a decade of attempts to bring these to market, is going to create a flood of new assets from both retail investors and investment advisors. But not right away, Mac. It's going to take time for these asset flows to occur. Months, frankly, not days or weeks.
Now, what kind of buy-in would you expect for these products? What's the makeup, would you say, for retail versus institutional participation? You know, there wasn't much excitement for the e-future ETFs that hit the market in 2023. How would this be different?
Yeah, it'll be different for a very fundamental way. Most people don't buy futures. I mean, do you buy stock futures? If you don't buy stock futures, why would you buy Bitcoin futures? So it's a very different product, and that's why it didn't get all that much excitement. But there are about 20-25% of U.S. Americans who own Bitcoin today. A whole lot more are referring to themselves as crypto curious. They would like to own it, but they find it daunting because, you know, opening an account on a crypto exchange and dealing with hot and cold wallets and private keys, that's intimidating. But the ETF makes all those issues go away, and it makes this product now available simply, easily, conveniently, in a very familiar format. So we think retail investors are going to engage in this and relatively big numbers. Advisors, too, have said the same thing. They have been unable to provide Bitcoin to clients because of the lack of an ETF. Now that it's here, 80+% of advisors say they're going to allocate to it. The average allocation will be 2.5% of the portfolio. That's going to translate to $100 to $200 billion of asset flows over the next couple of years.
You know, would you expect other kinds of crypto ETFs to come to market? And some people are pushing for Ethereum ETFs. Of course, there's still a lot of contention around whether certain crypto assets are securities or commodities. And what's your outlook for that long term?
Yeah, this is just the beginning. So we're going to see a whole array of new products come out. As you said, in the Ethereum ETF, eventually that's going to take a long time. The SEC is moving slowly. Look how long it took to bring Bitcoin to market. So the Ethereum ETF will take a while. You'll see combination ETFs. This is, after all, a single asset ETF, Bitcoin only. So a combination of Bitcoin and Ethereum is going to be popular. You're also going to see more trading strategy. You'll find inverse ETFs. You'll find 2x and 3x ETFs. You'll find actively managed ETFs where they'll move with the market and attempt to beat the index. So this is just the beginning. Over the next few years, you're going to have dozens and dozens of ETFs using a wide variety of trading and investment strategies, just like you have in the stock market.
Now, what do you make of Wall Street's hype for crypto heading into 2024? It seems that at least Bitcoin is back in style, but what about crypto more broadly? And separately, how do you see investment advisors thinking about this space?
This is a rising tide scenario. So Ethereum is rising as much as Bitcoin is. In fact, it did better last year than Bitcoin in a lot of big funds like at ETHE at ETH. So we're going to see mainstream of crypto as we have the biggest Wall Street firms engaging. JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Fidelity, BlackRock, Franklin Templeton, Invesco. When you've got these kinds of trillion-dollar powerhouses getting engaged, it's not going to take long for this to become ubiquitous in portfolios, both at retail and institutional levels. And this is why advisors are going to be engaging. They're going to hurry up because there's so much market competition. The SEC is likely to approve many, maybe most, perhaps even all of these applications. That's creating a lot of marketing, a lot of competition, massive advertising by these ETF providers. That means investors are going to pay attention. They're going to call their advisors. They're going to say, should I invest? How much should I invest? Which one should I buy? Advisors are therefore going to engage because FOMO is going to set in, the fear of missing out. So you're going to find a lot of folks jumping into this over the next couple of years, and that means the price of Bitcoin is going to skyrocket.
You already started to get into this, but long term, what's going to be more popular, spot or futures Bitcoin ETF?
spot. There's no question. And same as in the stock market. Stock equities are much more popular than futures trading. So this will be no different. But they both have a place because some investors prefer to trade futures contracts as opposed to buying spot. Just like you've got some people engaging in short positions. So they all have a role in the diversified portfolio based on your investment strategy, your attitude, your outlook, and your risk tolerance. So they'll all have a place.
Okay, that's all for today, but we'll be back again tomorrow with the latest on the SEC decision on spot Bitcoin ETFs. We'll see you then.
你没看到吗？这是都整的呢。
哦，不换的。哦。
换了，我买了一个整的。
哦。
然后那两个单的，我还给
这个最好熨一下。
对，因为没来得及熨，今天把它两个换了，带回家去。
你有那种喷溅器的那种，那个就直接不要拆下来，就直接对着冲下来，差不多。
这个高厉害，下次再复习。
You asked the question, where did all the bears go? And I think we're now from the Fed shopping.
I think there's an uber amount of optimism coming out.
When we look at all of these markets, we're kind of priced for perfection.
Let's just enjoy this calm right now because I think it's going to get a lot rockier and a lot uncertain.
The question is, does the party stop? I think most folks think it doesn't stop.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, and Lisa Abramowitz.
The year feels over, but it's not. Welcome. Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance from New York for audience worldwide, alongside Katie Greifeld, I'm Lisa Abramowitz, Tom Keene, and Jonathan Farrow both thought the year was over as they left. But it is not over, very much not, considering the fact we've got some key data coming up. So Katie Greifeld, I'm so pleased to have you in the seat as we really parse through, yes, the liquidity, but also some really big questions heading into the beginning of next year.
Big time, and of course we're going to get some important economic data today. You think about what we learned last week from the Fed. It'd be interesting to see jobless claims and PC on the heels of that. But also yesterday, something interesting actually happened in the equity market at around 2:30 or so. Some of the stocks puked. So, of course, thin liquidity, like you said, but shows that there's still nerves under the surface here.
Okay, just to put some numbers around stocks puking because, it is still 6 a.m. in New York. We're looking at the biggest decline in the S&P going back to September. And this metric I thought was interesting. It was only 19 companies that eked out a gain in the entire S&P. So broad-based gain on the way up, broad-based sale on the way down. And some people are looking at certain options trades as a culprit. Is that sort of the mood on the street?
0-day options right now, that's the scapegoat there. Apparently there was really heavy put volume in particular, which could explain some of the very technical feeling moves that we saw because there wasn't a really clear catalyst necessarily. Nothing happened at 2:30 p.m. I was paying attention, but like you said, of course, it was very broad-based. Felt like everything sold off at once.
Well, it's a little bit calmer this morning. I do find it interesting. The bond market did not participate in the puking. They were very much still getting a bid in, with actually a 92% chance now priced in of a March rate cut. So it still is this belief that the Fed, despite all their pushback, are going to come out, embrace the disinflation by paring back where rates are and giving an extra leg to what we've seen in markets.
It's really interesting how higher for longer turned into higher for a little bit. Now maybe we cut in March. Of course, we have seen some pushback against how soon these rate cuts are priced in. Yeah, the base consensus at this point is that sooner rather than later, the next move is going to be a cut.
For a hot second, I find it interesting that we got a dip yesterday, and my first reaction is this a viable one? Because literally every single analyst who's come on has basically said, we're looking for some kind of turmoil, we're looking for some sort of volatility so we can buy, so we can have a better entry point. That has literally been the comment from every single person, the latest being Citigroup's Scott Kroner, putting this in an actual note, talking about the message is to expect pullbacks and buy into them. Does that mean we don't get pullbacks?
They're short-lived if we get them, but it is a good point. I mean, we think about 0-day options, et cetera, being blamed for what we saw yesterday, but it's important to note that you think about how overbought we were. You take a look at the RSIs, whatever you like to look at, and by some measures, I mean, the S&P 500 was the most overbought since 2020. So we've come really far, really fast. It makes sense that we've had some turbulence here.
Especially given the fact that we do have a host of issues on the geopolitics side, which we'll be getting into with respect to China, and a tit for tat that seems to be escalating between the U.S. and China on the trade side of things, as well as, of course, that Houthi militant attack regime that's really caused some consternation in the shipping sphere. What we're looking at within markets today is a bit of calm after yesterday's 2:30 p.m., as Katie Reinfeld said, and I'll stop saying that after that. That was our allotment for the day. We can see about almost a 0.5% gain on the S&P, 47.71, just off the all-time highs. Here we're getting a little bit of a bid versus the dollar, 109.58. 10-year yields, this to me is the most interesting. Yes, they're inflected at 4 basis points today, but yesterday, a short rally, yields lower on the heels of that UK inflation trend, despite the sell-off in stocks, 3.88%. Katie, I did wonder, was this a growth concern starting to creep up into the price action, or is this just idiosyncratic technical?
It's a great question. What is actually driving the treasury market right now? Is it that traditional haven, and maybe some of those growth concerns coming to the surface, or maybe it's something else? Maybe it's just a reflection of Fed policy, but of course, it's known for certain that we firmly broke below 390. It feels like the question right now is where is the floor when it comes to the 10-year?
And where are the buyers all going to be coming from? We're watching today, 8:30 a.m. initial jobless claims come out, and this is sort of the latest tea leaf that people look for signs of weakness. We haven't gotten it. Unemployment has actually declined over the past month. So here's the question: do we start to see a greater sign of weakness, especially as we saw the likes of General Mills as well as others come out yesterday with some warning signs in their earnings releases? 1 p.m. presidential press briefing takes place, including National Security Council's John Kirby. Very curious to hear where the administration's mind is when it comes to the Houthi militants, what kind of action they will be willing to take, as well as sort of any updates on how they see that evolving. And before market, we do get a host of earnings, including from Carnival and aftermarket. Earnings from Nike. To me, this is where perhaps the rub is going to come into place, Katie, because a lot of people, a lot of enthusiasm on the macro level. On the micro level, a bit more volatility in terms of the signals that we're hearing, the commentary from CEOs.
And it's a really nice pairing that we have both Carnival and Nike. Of course, you think about people really going back into experiences. Travel stocks have been on fire this year, maybe at the expense of some of those retailers selling physical goods. So a really nice juxtaposition to really tie a bow on that point.
Let's get the day started with Margie Patel, Senior Portfolio Manager at Allspring Global Investments. Margie, I want to start with, is your year over? Are you actually doing anything, or are you just sort of watching with a wary eye and counting days until you can go on vacation?
Well, really, I think there's still some opportunities on days like yesterday to add a little when the market hasn't ever to stay like that and just take advantage of that volatility. I think the market is going to return into the rest of the year and finish on a strong note. And I think, again, 24 is going to be a surprisingly good year for the market, to the frustration of so many people who have been looking for a recession.
Do you feel sort of vindicated, Margie? I felt this sort of sense of, all those people who've been calling for gloom and doom, you can keep feeling frustrated. Is there sort of a sense that people have been warning you and you've been pushing it aside, and you've been right, and you've seen things that they have not seen?
Well, I think that just looking at the fundamentals is really what's kept me pretty positive about the market. And I continue to feel that way. We've had 3 quarters of economic growth this year that have been, again, surprisingly strong. And it seems that most of the statistics are, again, surprisingly strong. And yet people are still looking for a big recession, a big correction in the market, because that's what history has told us we should have. So I think it's people are rejecting the facts and looking backward and expecting to have a big drop. We had a little drop this year, a quick drop here this year, a quick drop last year. Very difficult if you were out of the market to jump in and take advantage of those. So I think people are still hoping we'll have another big drop where they can maybe readjust their investments or get in the market. There's a lot of cash out there.
So Marty, it sounds like what you're saying is that against this backdrop, with all that cash in money market funds, et cetera, that buy the dip, that mentality is really back in the forefront, or at least coming to it.
Well,
I think that's going to be the right strategy to do, and the reason is because I think we're going to continue to have reasonably strong economic growth next year, even if it's 2 or 3%. I think that would still allow, say, the Standard & Poor's to be up, say, 8, 10, 12%, something like that, which would be a reasonably attractive rate of return, especially if the Fed is going to be beginning to go short rates, making money markets a little bit less attractive for the investor.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about the relationship between the equity market and the bond market right now, because as Lisa and I were talking about, you take a look at 10-year yields, firmly below 3.90. We were at 5% not too long ago. I take a look at your notes. The 10-year yield should remain between 4.25 and 5.25. It feels like we're far way away from even the low end of that range. Should we get back there? Is that any hurdle to the equity market? How are the two working alongside each other?
No, I think even a higher rate of 4% wouldn't really be an impediment. And the reason is because when you look at the economy, business and consumers, neither of those big sectors are over leveraged. There's no sector you can look at in the market and say, oh, they're very precarious position. They're likely to fall and have a cascading effect on the whole economy. So business consumers look pretty good. And so I don't think that we're going to see any slowdown in a continued modest recovery.
In this paradigm, Marty, do you select stocks over bonds in a big way?
Yes, I do, especially because when we've had the 10-year go from 5% to under 4%, you've taken a lot of the performance out of that sector of the market. I think that there's still some attractive opportunities in the high yield sector. That's another sector people were worried about because as we go into a so-called recession this year, we should have had spreads gap out. They never gapped out, and they actually narrowed. But I think with defaults probably remaining 4% or lower for corporate bonds, and the Fed beginning to cut short rates, economy growing, I think to get, say, 400 basis points over treasuries looks pretty attractive for an income-oriented investor.
I want to talk a little bit more about the equity market and where you see opportunity there, because one of the breakout stars in terms of sectors has been the chip makers this year. Of course, we got Micron results after the bell yesterday. We received pretty well by the market. You take a look, currently up about 5% or so in pre-market trading. Can that momentum continue into 2024?
Yes, I think so. We like the semiconductor sector. It's been a volatile sector, but a great total return vehicle. And a lot of those names these days, as opposed to previous cycles, actually have dividend yields that are actually competitive with other stocks. So we think they're good all-around choice. We think there's strong secular growth for that sector, and we think that will continue in 2024. Even if we just have, say, 2 or 3% GDP growth, we still like the sector.
Think about dividends with semiconductor stocks, but as you say, pretty robust there. Does that feeling, that optimism about semiconductors extend to growth stocks more broadly?
Yes, I think with relatively modest growth, and particularly we're going to be, I think, one of the growth leaders. I think most of the emerging markets in Europe look as if they're going to be very, very muted, 0 to maybe 1%. Nothing too exciting there. So I think it's really the U.S. economy that's going to be one of the best performers. So again, we think that it's a selective market favoring growth stocks over maybe some more value-oriented stocks, as it's been the theme for the last year or so.
Margie Patel of Allspring Global Investments, thank you so much for being with us. The latest to say, yes, all dips are viable, and yesterday was just one of them, which seems to be, frankly, the theme of the day.
That buy the dip mentality was sort of a hallmark of the pandemic era stock market. Maybe it's coming back right now, but she makes a really interesting point. We've been talking about this broadening out of the rally. That's really been the theme of the past couple of months, but Margie Patel's view is that growth over value into 2024.
Yeah, we've been hearing that from a number of people. There are a couple of things that have been catching my eye recently. In addition to the geopolitics that are sort of the overhang that a lot of people are watching, it's how different countries are dealing differently with the fact that inflation has caused a real decline in sentiment, notwithstanding the consumer sentiment survey that came out yesterday that showed actually a great deal of optimism. In South Korea, they have shrinkflation police. This is a Wall Street Journal story that that caught my attention this morning, where there actually are people that go around to measure how much is actually being sold at any given time.
That's amazing.
For the price. And this comes as the head government is in a whole host of problems, but people are going around shaking the potato chip bags to see if they're kind of empty. But it just raises this point of people are feeling this dissatisfaction, that they're paying more and getting less, and how different governments are dealing with it. I find really fascinating.
Shrinkflation, greedflation too is very top of mind. That's one of my favorite buzzwords to come out of this year. And it's real. I mean, you think about some of these consumer retailer type of companies, the level of their prices have gone up so much on their goods. When does that turn into deflation, not just disinflation? Do they ever start to lower prices at this point?
And we've seen it in certain industries, right? We saw it in the airline industry briefly for a hot second over the summer, particularly on domestic routes. We have seen it in certain goods. But it's a good question. When do people start saying, okay, companies have been doing so well, it's becoming a problem for us because you guys are actually having really good margins, even as we struggle with higher prices. Coming up, we're going to hear from Stuart Kaiser of Citigroup, who has been pretty bullish. He is very key on good news is good news and bad news is bad news, and stop having that discussion. We cannot wait to speak with him as we head into a new year. Right now, a little bit more of a lift. S&P futures plug further up 0.5%. This is Bloomberg.
In the conflict between Israel and Hamas, we will continue to focus intensely on our core priorities. It's clear that the conflict will move and needs to move to a lower intensity phase. And we expect to see, want to see a shift to more targeted operations.
That was U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken delivering his end-of-year press conference, addressing the current state of the Israel-Hamas war at a time of escalating conflicts and real question marks over what can actually get passed, given the fact that Congress is really in gridlock when it comes to a whole host of number of issues that are being tied to financing. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Tom and John ditched me as they get ready for their year-end holidays. Katie Greifeld did not, and I'm so pleased to say that you are alongside me. And honestly, this is one of the reasons why I've been surprised at some of the optimism, just because the geopolitical backdrop is pretty striking, pretty daunting right now.
Absolutely. It feels like it gets more complicated by the day. The Red Sea, obviously, a very intense situation, quickly evolving too. And you think about also the macroeconomic implications. It feels like supply chains have finally normalized from what we saw from the pandemic. It's not in every single story everywhere, but obviously entering the forefront once again.
And it raises this question for President Biden. Is the economy going to be the main issue? Is disinflation going to help him when prices are still going up? Isaac Boltansky, Director of Policy Research at BTIG, joining us right now. And I want to start there with the polls. A latest poll out of Quinnipiac showed Biden and Trump basically neck and neck here in a dead heat, with a potential third-party candidate, Kennedy, coming in, gaining an increasing amount of the share. How much angst is there right now among Democrats that Trump is looking more and more likely to be the president?
Look, I think that both DC and the market are slowly coming to terms with the fact that, despite everything that they might have hoped or might have thought, it's looking like it's going to be a Biden versus Trump rematch, a true head-on gerontocracy that we have currently in our government. And it looks like it will be those two against one another, despite many people hoping that there will be support that will coalesce around another Republican candidate, or perhaps President Biden set aside to someone else to take over. But it looks like it's going to be those two. And that's incredibly meaningful because, look, the last election was decided by about 40,000 folks in 3 states. And so you put those two back against one another, and then you add the third-party candidate. And this becomes an incredibly close election, as evidenced, from my seat, by the 7 swing states that are going to decide this, all showing Trump ahead in the most recent round of Washington Journal.
Isaac, can we basically write the obituary on the idea of another candidate taking the former President Trump's place, given the fact that in this latest poll, Donald Trump widened his lead to 67% among Republicans, and that compares to about 11% with Ron DeSantis as well as Nikki Haley.
Yeah, look, when we think about the structure of our political system, you think about areas that perhaps are ripe for reform. I think the primaries are one of them, because the primaries skew either to the far left or the far right. And within the Republican primary voter base, about a third of those individuals are with Trump forever and will sit by him thick and thin, as shown by the indictments and everything else. And since a lot of these primaries are moving to a winner-take-all structure, that means he should be able to cruise. And it's one of the problems that you've seen with Democrats as well, with some of the farther left ideas gaining more and more traction. So it's the primary structure in and of itself that pulls the parties to the extreme.
I think I want to talk a little bit more about third-party candidates. Of course, there's some of them in every single presidential cycle. It does feel that this time we're hearing a little bit more about them. Of course, the likes of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. really making waves. But do third-party candidates, do they become anything more than just a conversation point in 2024?
You know, my overall framing for this is that about 1 in 10 Democratic voters say they're open to considering a third-party candidate. But look where we are on the calendar. You got a lot of road between here and November of next year, and I think that number will be reduced. My cautionary point is, let's not focus on the broader polls. Let's not talk in the aggregate. It's going to matter in certain states, right? I'm going to see how RFK is playing in states like Georgia, like Pennsylvania, any of the other swing states that we have there, North Carolina in particular. That's where it's going to matter to me. It's those 7 swing states. That's where a third-party candidate could have an impact at the margin and overall influence who takes the Electoral College home.
Well, let's continue talking about specific states. Let's talk about Colorado. Of course, the news this week, former President Trump being basically kicked off the ballot in Colorado. It seems like each one of Trump's legal challenges thus far have only served to galvanize his base, so to speak. Is that going to be the case here as well?
Yeah, look, I mean, this is the broader point that I think we should keep hammering home. Every indictment showed President Trump's polling get a small boost, depending upon which one you look at. And with this Colorado decision, which we should highlight, was a decision that was 4-3 in Colorado relating to the 14th Amendment. That is something that I think will even further galvanize the Trump base. From a practical perspective, though, I think it's pretty limited in its impact. This is something that's going to be heard by the Supreme Court. Most of the folks I talk to think that Colorado's reasoning in this case will be rejected. But the Supreme Court is going to have a very political year, right? We've got to keep in mind, they're probably going to hear this. They're already hearing a case relating to whether President Trump was immune because he was president. They're going to hear cases relating to the January 6th rioters. So the Supreme Court's already in a bit of a politically precarious situation. That's only going to intensify as the year goes on.
I think how do people trade this, given the fact that we have no idea how things are going to transpire next year, and everyone says there's political risk. What does that mean?
Yeah, look, I mean, the year ahead note exercise that a lot of us have to do is such a silly exercise, right? And at the beginning of October, Kevin McCarthy was speaker. We also were talking about Israel, Hamas war, right? So who knows what's going to change in 3 months, let alone 9 months. But what we try to do is try to frame the winners and losers at the highest level from a Republican White House and a Democrat White House. And there are acute themes that you really sink your teeth into if you do believe that Republicans have a decent shot. And here I'm talking about things like seeing more M&A activity, because we will move away from hipster antitrust thinking that we've seen at the FTC and the DOJ, rollback of some of the big bank capital proposals, things like Fannie and Freddie, how the conservatorship will be on top of the ticket. So there's certainly acute themes that you can sink your teeth into that I think are worthy of consideration as we get ready for what's going to be a long and frankly exhaustive campaign season.
Sorry, just to rewind, did you say hipster antitrust? What is that?
Yeah, so what we call it New Brandeis or hipster antitrust. It's the expanded school of thinking around antitrust and competition policy that's been advanced by FTC Chair Lena Khan, among others, which is basically a broader framing of how they should think about consolidation and trying to move away from the consumer harm standard. There's really been the backlash backbone of consolidation theory since the 70s.
Isaac Boltanski of BTIG. Thank you so much with hipster antitrust, which I guess it is, there's this popularized idea of sort of inherent ill when companies get too dominant, and this is coming at a time when you have the big getting bigger. I mean, that's basically been the story of the past couple of years.
Big time. And of course, the FTC under Lena Khan has made some really interesting moves, taken some big losses, but also had some big wins. But just like how woke politics, it seems to come for antitrust.
I don't know if it's woke. I just think that yes, it's definitely there are popular kinds of spheres of thought coming up. We're going to be speaking with Gillo of AXA as we deal with some of the economic data. You mentioned the PCE data that comes tomorrow, especially on thin markets. That could be really interesting given how much this market's leaned into disinflation.
Oh yeah, and you think about it, this is the rise in either direction, given how firm this market seems to be in its belief that it's March, we're going to get that first cut from the Fed. It could make some waves, and we saw what happened yesterday afternoon. We know that liquidity, that volume right now is pretty thin.
We buy into this little 0 day.
I don't know. It seems like a very convenient boogeyman. I want to read some more academic studies on it.
I want to know all the people who are buying this morning. You do see a lift to the market as people do come in to buy the dip, just as we heard Martin Patel looking to do, and Scott Conard over at City Group up a lift to about 0.5%. 47.71 yields really interesting and remaining below 390 on the 10-year, 388.
它这个挺有意思吧？它如果微调的时候呢，它就会调到这个地方，微调，就是分度回调。
哪个调到？是 special 吗？blue special 调到吗？
Is the best way to get investment advice.
0.382是深度回调。
这个是
这个是0.786。
对，它靠近0.88了。
Personalized advice online, in person, and over the phone. Whatever best fits your style. Confidence is a good luck.
Hours to the start of the U.S. trading day, we can see a little bit of a lift after yesterday's sell-off, which was the worst sell-off going back to September, with all but 19 stocks in the red. The broad-based increase is a broad-based decline. This morning, not so much. We're getting a bit of a reprieve with buy the dip moment, perhaps about 0.5%, 47.72. And you can see across the board that lift. Russell 2000 getting the biggest lift, and I find this interesting. Katie Greifeld here alongside me, John and Tom both took the day off, well-deserved vacation, and they'll be off through the end of the year. I am interested in the fact that Russell 2000 keeps on outperforming, sort of hope that it will be one that will really lead things up.
And we'll see, because I mean, you take a look at the chart really over the past 2 months, and it's just been parabolic, this rise in the Russell 2000. I will say on the S&P 500, even with yesterday's huge technical move lower, of course, you're seeing that by the dip today, and we are in speeding distance still at the record high. You know, the NASDAQ 100 has already gotten there. The S&P 500 still not there, but we are inching closer and closer.
I'm laughing because there's a lot of, functions going on. It's just one of those, I know, it's true. There's
how we talk in the afternoon.
I understand, but in the early morning, we try to keep people fresh. Of course, I'm just saying, you have to understand, we are seeing the bond market. It has been a bit, we can see a bit of a lift in terms of yields going a little bit higher, but still, the fact, and you pointed this out, Katie, the fact that 10-year yields still solidly below 390 and 2-year yields of 437. I mean, just the incredible round trip at a time where people are pricing in a 92% chance the Fed's going to cut rates next year. Tells you, starting March, tells you kind of how much money shifted.
And then you think about the dynamic of the curve. Of course, the 2-year yield still firmly above the 10-year yield. If we finally do get those rate cuts, if they are pulled forward, maybe March, maybe that's the dynamic that leads us back to positive territory on some of those yield curves.
Or maybe it's just that we start to worry about the deficit again, considering that Washington, D.C. will become very much front and focus next year in the election season. In currencies, we do see a little bit of dollar weakness, everything else kind of gaining, including the euro 109.70, just really kind of flirting up against 110. Again, this comes at a time where the ECB is saying that they do not plan to cut rates. They plan to hold rates steady, and at the same time, the data doesn't confirm that. Whereas U.S. officials are kind of embracing this idea of rate cuts. Under surveillance this morning, a possible media merger on the horizon. Bloomberg reporting that Warner Brothers Discovery and Paramount held talks about a deal to combine two of the world's biggest media companies. Talks are preliminary, but Axios reported that the CEOs of both companies met in New York this week. Warner Brothers shares up about 1.1%, Paramount Global unchanged. Katie, to me, a very interesting tie-up. HBO on one hand, and all of those CNN, not CNN, but a whole host of other media outlets. Is it for the content?
That's the big question here. It seems like that's the motivation of this. What would be a massive tie-up, and given the size of these two companies and the combined entity, how large that would be. The knee-jerk reaction is what kind of regulatory scrutiny is this going to run through? Is it pointless to even talk about? Will it even get off the ground? Of course, those are some big questions hanging over this.
It also is honestly something everyone's been talking about, which is there needs to be consolidation in the media space at a time where people are taking a look at their streaming bills and saying, what happened to the bundle? We kind of liked it. I mean, seriously, how many subscriptions do you have to different media services?
At least 10, probably.
And if you're paying $8 a month, I don't like to think about it. I know, this is the reason why I think we can keep doing it, although when the price increases come down.
Yeah, that's our inflation finally fixed.
Exactly. China, meanwhile, set to halt exports of a number of rare earth technologies, ramping up competition from the U.S. for strategic raw materials. The decision will impact materials involved in everything from wind turbines to military tech to electric vehicles. China accounted for more than 2/3 of fine rare earths last year. It holds around 85% of global refining capacity. This according to U.S. government officials, and it comes at the same time that the U.S. is talking about the mother of all sanctions if China were to attack Taiwan in some capacity. At the same time, we're hearing reports that Biden is thinking about possibly increasing tariffs on electric vehicles from China.
And you think about where these U.S.-China tensions are really playing out, both in the flow of goods, but also the flow of raw materials, such as the rare metals that we're talking about. And the U.S., you think about the U.S. side of things, this is China's move today, but President Joe Biden, he's really been trying to generate more of this supply domestically, but you think about the huge role that China plays and has played for decades. It's a long timetable.
Especially if they have the raw materials, right? And this raises this real issue. Where else are you going to get them? And who is sort of a worthy partner as the U.S. tries to shift more to electric vehicles and some of these other renewable energies? And meanwhile, after a week of pushback from Fed officials on the rate cut trajectory, Philadelphia Fed President Patrick Harker said the central bank should begin to cut interest rates, saying, quote, "It's important that we start to move rates down. We don't have to do it too fast, and we're not going to do it right away." Basically, we're in. Harker's comments coming ahead of the latest reading of the labor market was up 0.2 in about 2 hours. I love it, Katie. They kind of try to push back, no one listens. They try to push back again, no one listens. And they're like, all right, you're right. We're doing that rates.
Yeah, and it is important to note that, I mean, Harker, he won't vote on policy next year, but in this environment, again, with convictions so high in one direction, every single scrap of Fed speak is being parsed at this moment.
The thing that frustrates me is, does it really matter if they cut in March or if they cut in April or if they cut in May? And essentially, if they cut the same number of times or if they're having the same parameters of cutting just in terms of disinflation coming down, then does it really matter how much or when? Right? Are people getting a little carried away with that instead of trying to push back on that? But does it even matter the price action that we've gotten? It's essentially, if the Fed is showing a willingness to try to adjust their restrictiveness to allow for a soft landing, doesn't it completely change the paradigm for people who are worried about the Fed killing the rally?
I think that's a great point. What's the difference between a month or two? And also, will rate cuts really, really matter for this market? It feels like rate hikes, 500 basis points of rate hikes didn't really matter. We're looking at potential records on the S&P 500. Will rate cuts matter, or is that just an excuse to rally?
Let's ask that to Jill Moak, AXA Group Chief Economist and Asset Investment Managers, Head of Research. Let's go there, Jill. Do you agree that rate cuts really matter in terms of easing financial conditions, considering that on the way up, each hike didn't seem to materially tighten financial conditions?
Well, yeah, the question may be whether this loosening in market conditions is I can simply look at the market pricing for 10 years in the US in real terms, for instance. They are barely at 2% minimum. The spread on corporate bonds has actually tended to narrow recently. So my view here is that maybe it took more time than usual for financial conditions to get to where they should be to tame inflation. But the speed at which we are correcting right now makes me think that market is getting a bit ahead of things, to the point that it could actually make it harder and not easier for the Fed to be accommodative next year. Because if the market goes too far on its own, then the question will be what more does the Fed need to make financial conditions more robust. So there's dialogue between the market and the Fed. And honestly, at the moment, I'm wondering if the dialogue is getting us to, let's say, a reasonable position.
I want to talk about financial conditions a little bit more and how one should actually measure them and how the Fed is doing that, because you have these market-based measures of financial conditions which show pretty significant easing, especially over the past 2 months with this risk rally. But I feel like we've heard from Jerome Powell and others that really the thing to watch is real yields and the direction of travel there. What do you look at to judge financial conditions?
More Canadians are choosing Vanguard. Visit Vanguard.ca.
Testing on coverage, investigating. This is your marketplace.
Well, yes, a very simple one which I've been using for a long time is to look at where 10-year yields are in real terms related to what is probably the US potential GDP growth rate, which consensus has it at around 1.5%. So anything real to the US getting closer below 2%, it's getting hard to say that financial conditions are still in this position. We are flirting with neutral financial conditions. Big use is very simple.
And if we are flirting with neutral financial conditions, what does that translate into in terms of rate cuts? Does the Fed necessarily have to ease so aggressively as the market is pricing in if we are indeed near neutral territory?
Yeah, that's my point. I think there is something in the blue is hard to reconcile right now, but the market is pricing actually financial policy because really hard to confront as much as the market is we need to be in a situation where precise financial conditions will remain far too restrictive. And where the economy will probably need to be much worse than what the consensus had. Also, the to be honest, the market is passing right there. We need to be in a situation where there will be much worse recession. We expect that every market is first. If we believe that there is going to be a recession in the US, then most probably current financial conditions are still restrictive. If you believe essentially supplement
and here they also can meet. People have their own
transitory story.
So it can mean a lot of
you believe the transitory story that really inflation actually was transitory, just
here they can learn how to trade Bitcoin and how to mint their own Bitcoin.
Wow.
Token on Bitcoin blockchain.
So how do you help them do that?
Yeah, so they just need to sign up, TSA Bitcoin.io, and they just start to mint, and as a membership, they can get a lot of benefits.
What is the member benefit?
The member only benefit is based on your membership will be including and they can learn a lot of AI process. And they also can learn if they would like to do their own blog and start their retail business and carry Bitcoin POS. We are only one in Canada.
Wow.
So here it's a Bitcoin POS. And we work with a Singapore company and integrate our technology, which we can apply on Bitcoin blockchain, Lightning blockchain, Ethereum network, the Binance Smart Chain, and the Polygon. So here we accept over 20 different types of crypto, and they can buy or they can sell. So easy, very easy. Yeah.
So if a merchant wants to use one of these
Yeah.
POS? How did they get started?
They just need to register with the TSA, and we can training them from very beginning to the end. Yeah, we have turnkey package and help them go through our process.
And if somebody is interested in NFTs, how can you help them with NFTs?
Yeah, so here is the 100 songs
This is why a lot of people are worried about inflation rate and Axel, thank you so much for taking the time as markets do run away with the idea of rate cuts next year. Now, 6 rate cuts through the end of next year. I do wonder, Katie, when you look at the disinflationary narrative, how much is secretly been driven by lower oil prices?
That's the thing. I mean, I know that there's plenty of ways to strip out the impact of oil, etc., with all the various measures of war. But you think about how people feel inflation, what actually informs inflation expectations. It's food prices, it's oil prices, how much it costs to fuel your car, how much it costs to heat your home.
Exciting time.
Yeah, so here is all
Especially given the fact that that's transportation costs, that's when it comes to industry driving forward. That's sort of the goods disinflation side. Although that said, we did hear even from General Motors and others yesterday that they are seeing less demand. So again, it's just a hard economy to kind of parse through to understand where the drivers are going to come from.
I mean, we go back to what we heard from the Walmart CEO, I forget when that was, it feels like a month ago, saying to expect deflation next year, at least when it comes to this specific segment of goods that Walmart is selling. But it's going to be interesting to hear from more of the C-suite at some of these big box retailers and beyond about what they're expecting in terms of their own pricing.
Yeah, definitely is something we keep talking about. Coming up, we're going to be speaking with Richard Fishman of Nathanson on talks between Paramount and Warner Brothers Discovery. I want to bring this to you, just sort of confirmation that China does plan to halt the export of a range of rare earth technologies. This coming as a conversation coming up as well, so trying to understand what the implications are in time.
And they can sit down and chat, and once they meet their own token, they will symbolize their own token. So here, we can help them. And another way is if they want to buy Bitcoin, they can come to our ATM. Yeah, so here you can go to our ATM, and they can
There's going to be consolidation in media for sure, especially thanks to streaming names. Don't know when that happens. It's probably over the next few years. Obviously, you have an FTC, which has been allergic to consolidation. Of course, may change, but it's inevitable.
That was, of course, Chris Markey of Bell Funds predicting consolidation in the media industry. When he joined us about a month ago, if you wanted to know, the media industry is consolidating. We yesterday learned that Warner Brothers and Paramount held talks about a possible merger. We have put in potentially studios together, putting HBO and CBS under one roof, putting people familiar with Robert Fishman, senior research analyst at Nathanson, writing this morning, we hesitate to see the upside of any transaction for the Paramount company as a whole, especially this sort of premium valuation given the pressure on the linear TV business. It's a great place to start. And Robert, I'm so pleased to say he's joining us now to discuss. Robert, that is my key question. What is the advantage to tying up CNN and CBS?
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I think the answer to the question right now is the desperate times in the media landscape, and the companies are facing significant challenges from a linear TV perspective, given the increasing rates of cord cutting. Linear advertising, we think, is in secular declines right now. So all these companies are looking to really just cut back. And back to your conversation earlier, trying to figure out how to get to this other side of the streaming pivot that we're all making. But it's a really challenging time right now.
So do you think this is a viable deal, or do you think that this is just basically CEOs throwing in the towel and saying, we'll talk to whoever we can, try to understand what could potentially work?
I think every company is really trying to figure it out right now, and I do think that combinations are likely to happen. Do I think that anything is going to happen in the very near term? We have our skepticism just because of the regulatory landscape that I was just referencing.
And something that I've been wondering about, thinking about this potential combination, is how Warner Brothers would actually
but you can use it online. This is you can buy cryptocurrency. ATM actually there is No, but for TK, yeah. Oh yeah, it's across the street. Yeah. Okay. They charge. But here we actually we can like get separate things. But we are specialists, and we have a lower rate. What's the rate? Yeah. How much is 9%? They charge 10%. And what do it cost? Because I have two cryptocurrencies. So what do it cost for all costs? We charge, what you pay to the Bitcoin. We actually normally directly pay. The first thing is there is a tax fee, they charge on hand, right? And then what we have a contract with in Singapore we have a system. So there is no specific rate, but we have very license. Long time. Yeah, we can use the crypto and we provide the service that they are licensed. So we have their license, we have their system, but we don't have a specific rate for like the commission for the sale, because that's not our own. Because for example, if the price
and here is we have published
that's where I was going to go, especially with CBS. I wonder how much that's part of this idea of trying to get them, especially for
are the ones in the middle one is going up, like the Bitcoin is going down. Money and all about the same. And those
so you pay more or less this rate on your cost. This is not the this is the price. This is the price. Yeah. Yeah. You buy it online actually. No, yeah. No. Here you buy here actually online.
Special wallet and full wallet and
this one is not buy from we just directly buy online. You can do here at home and here we provide the I wanted to make 47 instead of 45, so 47 actually this is
And it's available iOS and Android?
Yeah, both.
And let's talk a little bit more about Paramount specifically, because it was interesting to see this news yesterday about Warner Brothers.
The card you use your iPad, but if you want to transfer this iPad, you
the that's the time. Yes,
What is it real time?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's in real time.
Okay.
Or we can go to
This is like. And then you can accept credit cards, so that's good. So then you can hold somebody's hand to accept credit cards, get them on the right. Change to Bitcoin ordinal.
Yes, and you also can on the surface level, there's a lot of overlap between these two companies.
Okay. What's the structure? What change?
It's really depending on the value of
There would clearly be significant synergies involved in the combination of these companies. But before we publish this program, we alluded to the fact from an overlap perspective that the cable network business would be something
For example, we are compared to spot price. Okay. One spot price is 45,747. Okay. And blockchain that can 6 This is the market price.
Now this is the rate of the real time.
Yeah. Tell me the amount that you have in yours right now. There, you have it there. 47,479. Please, sir. You have it here. 47,479.
Yes, that's the real. Yeah.
And if you compare here,
yeah.
You were trying to, So here, the price that they have here.
$45 billion. It's really interesting thought exercises for us.
And the rest are available on our blockchain. So then you will have the more people.
Yeah, 47, the spot price is 47.
Yeah. So you divide.
No, but this is what the spot price. The spot price is this one. It's 45. This is one, the red. 45,719. 45.
Oh yeah, the red one. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
This,
Okay.
this is the spot price.
Yes. Yeah. That's the real time.
Right, and the machine is charging 3.5.
So there, yeah, we can take it.
Yeah.
You can minus that.
Exactly, divided by the other is the percentage of the
Divided by 45.
So this is the level. For example, they are charging from the spot price. They are charging 3.5%.
Okay.
They charge 2. And 2%.
Okay.
So and you can charge 2.5 and you say
Okay. So you have just to give you a you have a present message. Okay. You receive the credit card.
I receive it. Okay. And for example, if you wanted to receive cash security to exposure to the link to digital, I can receive 90 pesos. I can receive $11, Mexican peso. In digital, I can receive 90 different currencies. And I can charge, depending on the volume, I can charge 2.5%, that's right. I do charge the 9%.
Okay. This is not our.
So yeah, probably yes.
Oh, what? Okay, very close. Yeah, very close.
No, but I can give you my information.
Okay, great. Yeah. So you have stock or you just like
No, I don't have a store. No, I just live here, but my business is in Bahamas, in Mexico, in the US, in Switzerland.
I see.
And I have banks.
Oh, you are a bank. You are a banker.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Maybe I guess it's or you
have WhatsApp.
Yeah, I have one.
I'm gonna give you my WhatsApp phone number so you can.
Okay, good.
Plus, you have to put the
Plus what?
No, plus 52.
Okay. Plus 52 is okay.
But I found recently here about what we saw yesterday. Right now, over the past 3 days, S&P 500 is actually down.
Okay.
We're seeing 7 straight weeks of gains. If this loss holds, and of course, looking at the pre-market trading, there is some optimism coming back. That would be the first week.
106, yeah. 106.
And the seven-week streak that was the longest going on.
106.
Oh, sorry. 555 106
19. 21.
This is what I like. It's just what they were
My name is Chen. Then my last name is some people say, oh, you speak differently to pronounce, but actually
But it's changing. Yeah. So your name is changing and your last name is Cool. Yes. Okay.
Oh, that's Chinese. Sorry. And Chinese. No. Yeah. Now you know who am I.
Exactly. Yeah, because we can make one of the things that is very important is to have a physical address because clients here really close to the same money. So I'm an exchange and I have clients, couple of clients, they usually when they don't want to read finance or Kraken or all these exchanges, they call me and they make a contract with me and everything. They send me whatever and I give a different code or I can give you if they have a contract of TSA, they send that to me and I can pay in USDT or because right? The secret is that they need to shoot me that first because I have an operation, an exchange operation, and that's how if you have any physical here, people trust. People can trust and say, okay, you can sit there, show me your money, and send me the USDT, and you're away.
That's the thing. And one thing you need to do is to actually really not focus on just taking the crypto. We try to hold the environment so people can come here, all those risk things, and they provide the service. So yeah, in this, I think we can find it very efficient way to collect the
Exactly. So I have a meeting right now, but until what time are you here?
Okay. We open from 11 to 6 every day.
Okay.
And also, if you want, we sometimes we have some specific other talking, we can order the time.
Okay.
Yes. Normally we may stay a little
I
longer.
would like to bring right now my cousins from Mexico. They are visiting me in the house. I want to bring them here because they study marketing, digital marketing. So all these concepts of NFTs, is very interesting for them. So I'm gonna go right now because I have a meeting, but in the afternoon
Yeah, you can after 6 weeks, then normally we don't do even need it. Okay, yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Give me a call.
I'll check it. Very nice to meet you. Have a great day. Thank you.
So, our first project is the World Animal Observation, and we remain certified on origin when we launch this project. Yes. Yes. So the homepage, you can see we have our NFT marketplace on metaverse. So we can also upload the NFT on metaverse. The metaverse can also package and here is all the animals. So we donate over $500 to World Animal Observation. Our first project is with the World Animal Observation, and we created Oracle to that. This is why we launched our NFT platform. And you can see that each class animals only by somebody else. Yeah. So for the creators, they can know their history and so
I want to do space to help Vancouver decide. So I want my art to work for Covenant Hub. Oh, that's, you know Covenant Hub? Yeah. So instead of every sale, I want to donate. So we can do a three-way. My art, your help, I advertise you, you advertise me. And then we can do it for other organizations as well. Because I always love to find ways into a blockchain crypto with very specified.
We have to and growing like everywhere.
Because I was going to do my own thing, do my own thing, and I realized, you know, it's so hard to go alone, and it's all about community. And I have a huge community, but I prefer to work with partners. I don't like to feel alone, like Lone Ranger. I'm a Lone Ranger when I make art. That's enough. And like, we integrate the community, especially for the city. Yeah. So,
yeah, and also, yeah, I don't want to be included in Bitcoin or ETH for the gas station. They're only interested in how much you donate, how much you contribute.
So you can take care of that.
Yeah, so here you can see, we can either the price, right? Or price, whatever, like this one, we can use description, we can use the file, and we can see everything who's the creator, who's the owner, and the contact address. So everything is really,
yeah, it goes right on.
Yeah, it's right on. So, and the
idea, because I really do still want to maximize, and it would still be great to have my own one. So, because I do a lot, like music and art and AI, I'm big in AI, so I've got a strong voice in AI. What if I did do my own coin, but on the smart chain? But how would it work to like have your coin help my coin? I don't think that would work, right?
Do you have a coin channel?
No, but I actually have three. But I haven't used anything. Nobody has them. I have 100%.
Oh, okay.
Because I was waiting for stuff. But would it work that we could do my own coin one here and then work it for the charitable angle, like 50% goes to charity? Or would it work better because you want to promote your own coin, right? So we can probably work with your coin, and then I'm like hands off. Using also the card. But I give it cards. What way? What was the best way?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm open to any possibility. I just want to know how can we all win better
Yeah,
together?
even for charitable organizations, the best way. Sorry, I have to watch now. It's a very
I got
exciting.
told actually because I got an appointment.
Maybe Monday, next Monday we can talk about it. Yeah,
I'm so excited.
Yeah.
I love you guys. You're awesome.
Thank you.
Okay.
胆小，早是不是价格早卖掉了，但是它还会下来的。
本来可以多吃2个牛排的。
对，都有机会多
有羊毛。
等会给你选那个。
我先跟你讲，刚才那个他买这不是你
哎，刚才看到
那个是不是也都有？
刚才是负的吧？一般人心还一跳，刚才那个好像是没打跌吧？一般人心一跳，如果没有卖的话，就买。如果就是我卖的，那么现在是基本上比较正常的，就是2个做1个小时，没关系的。它会下来，因为这几个月啊，就这个1个月吧，一直就没有降来过，它会下来的。还有就是我们跟你讲的，就是没有这个就是这种还是这个本地的这么多币，但是因为我这个是然后就是你们这个这样的，但是天呢，这个内容风险呢，你就没有做的，但是你这个观看你这个挺老师，因为它有加了杠杆的嘛，但我杠杆不是很高，最高的才10倍的，现在11倍的，现在最多就没有了，都走掉了，就是基本上没了。你刚才那个你拿的那个，
我把那声音太小了点，因为我看你们在这里讲话，我拿的那个，我送过去了吧？
哦，对呀，他这个 allowance 直接跑不拉几的人是，你这里在哪儿直接啊？
习惯吗？
明天认识。
什
么原因？他昨天这个消息虽然是假的，但是已经消化掉了。人家那么大那个制度该办都办走了。
该买的也买了。
对。
那讲这个挺重要啊！我觉得这些人，
谁干的吗？
啊？
后来。
我觉得是自己演的戏吧。啊，华尔街在背后嘛，然后这手段已经很 low 了。
People end up on EI for different reasons. Whether you want to stay in the same industry or want career change, we can help you access career planning, job search, and jobs.
I这个说什么？没有。好糟，他光写的叫哦。对，就他就没发。是不是觉得是不是好吗？我原来也以为那他们两个是一伙。
那我那个因为我的音乐的嘛。
That was part of a conversation that Carol Master is having with Kathy Wood. She's ARC's founder, co-founder, CEO, and CIO, talking about the U.S. regulators for the first time approving ETFs that invest directly in Bitcoin. Let's go back to that conversation with Carol and Kathy Wood.
他跟那个男的啊，他是墨西哥过来的。
哦。
他问我
没声音了吗？
对，他自己的声音了。他一会儿有声音，一会儿没声音。只要放到这个 SEC 的头讲话，他就有声音。他在那边把声音关掉。你跟你讲话，都不说。他这个理论知道我们 我明白，他的意思就是说，你从这个就能算出来，你卖价格多少。对，但是呢，你这个价格呢，和市场的是不一样的，所以这个差距就是你自己说的对。
不是的，
That's Carol Master speaking with Kathy Wood, ARK Invest founder, CEO of CIO, asking her about the real world use cases for Bitcoin now that the regulators here in the US for the first time have approved the ETF for stock Bitcoin. Let's go back to that conversation.
Work in the emerging markets where they need it so desperately.
Kathy, what's the advantage of the ARK spot Bitcoin ETF over the others who also got approved today? You know, we've been testing now, putting a lot of more on these again
我这个 BTC 是看的 Coinbase 的，对吧？那这个 BTC 有不同的交易所的，交易所价格都不一样的。你看这个 Coinbase 现在这个价格是46。
At least three advantages, Carol. First, selected our partner very carefully.
4632对吧？黑色的，要红色的4595对吧？4595，如果再看看这个 BTC USD 对这个 balance， 那就46几吧，都不一样，每家都不一样。看它的吧，看它贵一点，不一样。那这个是什么？这个是他把他不算我影响，
It's not normal for the ETF world. I think the other ETF providers have a lot to learn, and I'm sure they are, and they will, as we go through, these different kinds of experiences. And they have economies of scale, believe it or not, that have enabled us to drive down our fees this way. We have more economies of scale because of the infrastructure that 21 players have built out. That's the first. The second is research. Both of us give our research away for free. Our research started in 2014. We were trying to understand the technology, and then when Chris Berninsky took over, we fast forwarded into understanding Bitcoin money and then a new asset class. So we have been taking our clients, prospective clients, anyone who wants to read our research, this journey with us through deep research, and it's getting deeper under Yassine's leadership. So that's the second. And then the third is not to be underestimated, especially when it comes to the wirehouses, like the Morgan Stanleys, the Merrill Lynch, the UBS, Wells Fargo. Our sales from our distributor, Resolute, has had our ETF specialists have had to understand Bitcoin since we struck our partnership in 2016. I had a funny story. Rebecca Burke, who's our senior ETF specialist, spoke with me the other day. She said, "Do you know, when I was coming to interview to Art, I looked up what is Bitcoin, and we all laughed about it because now she not only understands it, she believes in it, her conviction is high, she's able to share that with her whole clients' hands when Bitcoin goes through some of the volatility that we see it go through regularly." So I think those two, we have the infrastructure and operations, we have the research, deep research, and we've been doing it longer than anyone else. And three, we have a support team, a sales team, that I don't think anyone else out there can beat because we've been doing it together for 7 years already. And the same for 21 Shares, more on the institutional side. They have been working with their clients for 5 years. I want to remind everybody that, of course, on Hank Spaces and Pro Master for TV and radio, I'm talking to Kathy Wood, Archibald Becker, CEO, CIO, on a day when the SEC moves Bitcoin stock.
You're hearing a conversation that Carol Master is having with Kathy Wood, the CEO of the news today that U.S. regulators have approved Bitcoin. Let's go back to
some of the concerns that could happen. What are the things you wonder about? I'm curious, thinking people who are listening today, what is the recourse? The custodian holds the keys to it, but loses them. In the past, how do investor recourse?
那这个东西很难说，你这次是觉得你想要，可能下一次说不定你就亏了嘛，对吧？就是还是 strategy 不要变为好。赚多赚少和稳定，那还是稳定中。
So people are completely right to be concerned. This is the whole point. This is not like stocks and bonds. This requires a very different level of infrastructure. And so I think the first step in this discussion is very clearly prevention. You need to build as robust of a setup as possible. You need to battle test it. So we've been battle testing our implementations with custodians, our technical infrastructure, the way in which we safeguard assets for 5 years. That's the entire point. You can't treat this like any other asset in the world. It's a bearer asset and it's held in a very technical way. So one of the things that we do is we use the concept called cold storage. That means that these assets are held offline in wallets that have never been brought into the exchange. So you've never used them before, which means that their information related to private key doesn't exist anymore. It's sort of you can think of it as the diametric optimal cloud storage. You essentially end up with a private key that's been sharded, so it's been split into multiple pieces, and you need to bring multiple pieces online at the same time. Those pieces are held in vaults that are geographically distributed in order to control access to these products. And then we obviously have a really robust set of controls around that in terms of how you initiate transfers and how you actually move assets, because the most dangerous part of custody is actually very much the point at which you access it, right? Very frequently, people say, oh, somebody took over my exchange account. The underlying wallet's not being hacked. What's actually happening is that their security and access protocols are being compromised in some way. Not dissimilar from certain social media issues that might have happened yesterday.
明天
And
是
so
挂
it's
牌，
really important how you actually
明天
secure
挂什么牌
ETF 挂牌，今天不是通过了吗？
哦 OK
and knows what they're doing through a variety of market conditions. So
Breaking
it's
news,
actually a very, very technical space. Crystal ball, Billy Snyder put that in
Accelerated basis.
shares, and of course,
对，加速过程。
Kathy, one thing I also think is concerned about the price of Bitcoin volatility. The last fiscal year returns have been 305% in 2020, up another 60% in 2021, followed by a loss of 64% in 2022. It's a market that can move around. A little bit of profit in Bitcoin. Will volatility continue to be a risk or something that investors have to be very much aware of? And I'm curious, what is your price forecast at this point now that you've got the
这他也自己不发了，昨天假的在那儿发。
对啊。
SEC 啊。所有的 ETF 十几年出来的。
所有的 ETF 我还没看到呢，只知道 ETF 是从90年开始。
黄金的 ETF 十几年开始的，他那个开始前也出了个披露，也跟那个一样。
出了个披露啊，
也出了一个黑天鹅，也出了一个250，就跟这个一样。
哦，对的，他们这都故意的。这就这么一抖一下，他庄家啊，不知道赚多少，是吧？
And you saw this during the regional bank crisis. The regional banks imploded, the area index exploded, we saw bankruptcies, and Bitcoin shot up 40%. Why? It's a flight to safety. It is not. It will not be a victim of counterparty risk the way that banks will. So it's actually, as time goes on, and we'll get through more and more crises, and it seems the way government spending and monetary policies go, that is not going to change. I think Bitcoin is going to prove its worth. Once it increases the price, and then I'd like to just talk about fees, because that's so complex. Yes. So our price target, our goal price target. And I would say institutional money moving in makes our bull price target more like is $1.5 million in 2030. And you can see in big ideas, our big ideas from last year, ARK-invest, art-invest.com, how the building blocks for that number. Right? And institutional is one of the biggest reasons. In terms of fees, you'll notice 21, that's a very special number. First of all, those are our partners, 21. But also 21 million units or 21 million Bitcoin will, that is the total number that will be printed or minted. Right? There will not be 21 million.
在多伦多66年就开始了，在美国是86年，还迟了20年。美国还迟了20年，加拿大可能是因为就是黄金产地。
And we were going to start out with that one, but we knew what was going to happen, so we ended up there.
那不对啊。
I want to bring back something.
ETF 不是在90年才开始有的吗？
We already have the economies of scale that others do not because of our 21 shares. And so we've been able to negotiate down service provider fees in a way that we would not have been able to if we had done it. And this right. We are not looking to maximize profit from this. We are looking at Bitcoin as a public good. It is a financial superhighway. And we want to increase the access to Bitcoin. And one of the ways to do that is this low fee product. We have other actively managed strategies where we can do more on the profitability side. That is not our objective here.
Go to the ETF.
I'm glad we got the 30 seconds just to wrap up. I mean, what does success look for you guys in a year from now with this particular product?
Well, I think we will be a part of the success of Bitcoin broadly. I think this opens a new chapter for Bitcoin, and I would like to believe we will be within the top 3 or 2 top providers of Bitcoin through this Bitcoin ETF.
All right, but just lastly, as you know, I like to squeeze in stuff. 15 seconds. Is there new cryptocurrency product ETFs that might come out from you guys as well in the near future?
Well, we already put with 21 shares out 5 futures products. Those are right. Strategy. One last thing I'd like to do. I'd like to honor all of those who have toiled to make Bitcoin happen. Through this ETF, I want to reassure the community, the Bitcoin community, that self-custody and an ETF are not mutually exclusive. We want to see this ecosystem continue to decentralize, but we want to bring billions of people into the ecosystem, and this is why 21 basis points ARKB.
Kathy, I so appreciate you including me on this platform. Kathy Wood, ARK Invest founder, CEO, CIO, of course, Carol Master. I'm going to toss it back to my co-host instead of it back in our studio. But I'm going to give it over to you guys.
Thank you so much, Carol. That was great. ARK Invest founder, CEO, and CIO Kathy Wood, live with Carol Master of Bloomberg TV and Radio. Let's now go to our TV team for a conversation right now with SEC Commissioner Hester Peirce.
Chairman Gary Gensler, he was very specific to these Bitcoin products, which are non-security commodities, and there's a question of what this will mean in the future for essentially everything else. Is that door completely closed?
The chair is right to point out that this is specific to a particular set of products. But obviously, precedent matters, and so you look at the reasoning, and people will do this. They'll look at the reasoning in the order, and they'll seek to apply it to other facts and circumstances as appropriate. So I think the only thing I will say is that one of my complaints in this area has been that we haven't always stuck with precedent when it comes to these kinds of exchange traded products. We haven't necessarily applied the same standards that we do with respect to other kinds of exchange traded products, but it is a precedent people will go through.
That's the question, of course, we're all asking, whether it opens the door for other ETFs backed by other cryptocurrencies. Commissioner, was that?
Again, every application has to be considered on its facts and circumstances, but one of the things that I think that we have to acknowledge is that when we apply a particular rationale to one particular product, people will ask us to apply it to other products as well.
Well, there also is the question of just the use of these products once they begin trading as expected tomorrow. What kind of fiduciary responsibilities are there for investment advisors for their clients before allowing them to put money into these products?
It's like anything else. A fiduciary is supposed to look out for the interests of the investors that she's working with. And that means taking into account the specific circumstances of that investor, the risk tolerance, the other elements of that investor's portfolio. And so it's not a cookie cutter answer one way or the other. Fiduciaries are paid to make good decisions that are appropriate for that particular investor.
For a few moments yesterday, when we thought this had been approved a day earlier, Commissioner, as you well know, everything worked out with the Twitter account at the SEC?
Well, it is. I mean, there was a statement, I think, that came out saying that we are going to be looking into this and working with law enforcement authorities to figure out how this happened, how yesterday's event happened, and I hope that we get to the bottom of it, and I hope that we're transparent when we explain what happened, as we expect the companies that we regulate to be when they experience a similar event.
That's
certainly it has gotten the attention of many on Capitol Hill, Commissioner. There have been many congressional Republicans who have made their opinions known about the SEC under this chair for some time now, who have called a lot of attention to yesterday's events. I'd also point to a statement that we got out from that House Financial Services Committee after this. They maintain that while legislation to provide clarity and certainty for digital assets remain necessary, the steps taken today are a significant improvement over what they call the SEC's track record of regulation by enforcement. Until that legislation exists, even with these approvals aside, should we expect that regulation by enforcement to continue?
Well, I haven't seen much progress on us as a regulator setting out clear rules of the road when it comes to crypto products and services. And I think that that's been a complaint that I've had. It's been a complaint that others have had. We could, just as we changed our tune here, we could change our tune on that. And so I remain hopeful that we will. That said, Congress has expressed an interest in legislating in this area, and I look forward to seeing their work in this area, and they have a clear interest in figuring out which regulators should have authority in this area, and I look forward to seeing what comes of that.
As do we, Commissioner, as do we. Obviously, while we're waiting for that, a lot will just depend on the actions of the Securities and Exchange Commission, and in addition to a lot of these enforcement actions, if you will, there are also just questions around fraud and manipulation. The argument initially about what Chair Gensler was so concerned with about these products in the first place, spot products specifically, compared to futures. Obviously, the court has ruled that distinction was arbitrary and capricious. But do you share any concern now that these products are approved? The deed is done. These things are going to trading, especially in light of the instance we saw yesterday, which prices moved up false information. Do you think that more investors, institutional or otherwise, now could fall into something potentially here that could be damaging, given how volatile this market has proven to be, and how potentially easily it can move?
If people put out false information about a traditional security, a traditional company, the stock of that company can also, the price can also move. So this is not unique to Bitcoin or Bitcoin exchange traded products. Obviously, we will continue to look at the markets and at the market for these Bitcoin exchange traded products specifically, and if there is bad activity, and it's within the ETP marketplace, we have authority there to investigate and bring enforcement actions as needed.
Thanks to SEC Commissioner Esther Perks for the insights today on another important breaking story. And a big one, Esther. That was SEC Commissioner Hester Peirce live there with Joe Master and Katie Lyons on Bloomberg TV. Carol Master and Tim stand up live in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio here in Vancouver headquarters in New York. Carol, you've been speaking about all day, the SEC approving a spot Bitcoin ETF. Carol, you just wrapped up your conversation with ARK Investment founder, CEO, and CIO, Kathy Williams.
Thank you. I mean, I think what's interesting is they're all out of the gate. They all are offering very similar things. I think part of what they're doing, Kathy talked about the service to the public more broadly, but I do wonder, about what this is in terms of each of the individual investment houses in terms of their financial their strategies, and if their customers have been asking for their retail investors. It's a way of kind of just adding another thing to their portfolio. As Kathy points out, there's about 19 million Bitcoin out there. I think it can go up to about 21
million total.
So like you
hence the name 21 shares for the custodial account.
Which brought the fee down to about initially the second lowest fee. But you do, are reminded that there's a fixed amount of this. Then it makes me think of, Eco 101, supply and demand. As long as there's demand out there is a reason for this to trend higher. Having said that,
use case. You asked her about a use case, and she talked about developing economies. I think that's certainly important, but at the same time, nobody's convinced me that there are real use cases out there for that stuff.
I think about when it first came out, and we in the newsroom, and I remember Matt Miller actually doing something like trying to go buy either a Christmas tree or pizza. I can't remember exactly what it was, to show that you can actually transact with this. But it has not become a ubiquitous form transacting, certainly not the United States. I would buy my Christmas tree with Bitcoin. You know, the biggest leap was during the pandemic and going to something like an Apple Pay or something, you know. But it's interesting, and you do think about those parts of the world that are outside the establishment in terms of the financial system. Is it a way, ultimately, China, right, working on their own digital currency, whether or not this could be something bigger, you know, down the road? But is it another 10 years? I don't know. And we're still trying to figure out what it is. Is it a currency, a commodity, is it collectible?
Well, speaking of 10 years, Kathy was saying in your conversation that they're $1.5 million per Bitcoin in 2030 is the full case that she's sticking to. Hey, a lot of these happening after hours. Fortunately, we got Charlie Pelt standing by. We'll do business flash. Hey, Charlie.
Hello there, Tim. Certainly did you Merrill's interview with Kathy Wood, regulators for the first time approving exchange-traded funds that invest directly in Bitcoin. That word coming after the close of trading. It's a move heralded as a landmark event for the roughly $1.7 trillion digital asset sector that will broaden access to the largest cryptocurrency on Wall Street and beyond. Now, when these funds get up and running, when these ETFs get up and running, where's the money going to come from? That question for Kathy Wood, Chief Investment Officer and founder of Park Investment Management, who spoke minutes ago with our Carol Masser.
I was speaking to Eric Belkin, and according to his estimates, there's $4 billion waiting, you know, in the wings. And I said to him, well, from your lips to God's ears, that would be amazing. And, you know, we hope we get our fair share of this.
There was an update for Wall Street, the Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq, they also moving higher. Bitcoin, and now up 1.1%. Bitcoin at 46,464 on Bitcoin. S&P up 2016, they're up 6.1%. Dow Jones Industrial Average today, 5.1% higher by 107. Positive index up 112, up 9.8%. 4.2% of the 2-year, 4.6%. Next stop for financial markets will be tomorrow morning screening on inflation when we get the CPI report and what it will mean for Fed interest rate policy. Megan Goldberg is co-head of debt capital markets at Barclays Capital. She says investors hoping for rate cuts at the March meeting are overly optimistic.
At 65%, I think there continues to be far too much confidence in this March Fed cut, particularly in the face of financial conditions which have eased since November, and with 10-year treasuries effectively back to where we were in early August.
So CPI tomorrow morning, big bank earnings on Friday. Bank stocks for the most part is all over today. Citigroup down 0.9%. Wells Fargo down 0.4%. Bank of America down 0.1%. JP Morgan up 0.2%. I'm Charlie Ellis. Bitcoin Wednesday. That is the Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, everybody. He's not necessarily a rebel. I don't know about that. We'll talk about that. But he is the #1 New York Times bestselling author of Devil's Bargain. Steve Beck. Role, if you will, in terms of the stating in the book.
The new book, I got it in my hand right here. It's called The Rebels. Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, AOC, and the Rise of the New Left. Very pleased to have back with us our colleague Josh Green. He's basically national correspondent. He's here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokerage Studio. Josh, talk about this. You know, we're going to get to the book in just a second. We're going to get to the book in just a second, but first, the breaking news about Chris Christie exiting the race. He's actually talked disparagingly particularly in Ron DeSantis as he exited the race. You wrote a big profile of Chris Christie back at the end of last year, August of 2021, you say. Stop talking about how he's absolutely, totally, 100% anti-Trump. And now, for the beginning, it was a long shot presidential candidate, but let's get your reaction.
Yeah, I mean, to me, Christie was always kind of a interesting guy in the race. Always going to be a long shot, but you know, blunt, obnoxious, unafraid to kind of speak truth to power, and just from a kind of a journalistic standpoint, super entertaining guy and fun to be around. So I actually went out and traveled in North Carolina, New Hampshire, South Carolina, kind of watching how people reacted to it. And I got to be honest, even then, you could tell what his problem would be. I mean, have these town hall events, people would flock to them, and I'd go talk to them after, and like half of them were Democrats. Like the problem is the appeal that Chris Christie has is not to hardcore Republican primary voters. People who don't like Donald Trump. And yeah, it's a narrow sliver of Republican voters, but what it mostly was kind of aggrieved Democrats who like to hear a Republican beating on Trump.
What about you, or did you think when you wrote your first book that, I mean, Donald Trump, was it just going to be kind of a one-off, or was it going to be something that was so pivotal to the Republican Party and really such a part of, I feel like, every political conversation?
I mean, by the time I wrote my first book in 2017, Devil's Bargain, about the rise of Trump and that campaign, you know, Trump was in the White House, and it was pretty clear, like, to me, this wasn't going to be one-off. Trump and Trumpism are here to stay. I mean, whether or not he avoided, you know, indictment or this or that, or could re-election, was his open question. But such a powerful force personality, you could see already the way he's dominating Republican politics in a way that's made it just impossible so far for challengers, including Christie, to knock him off the front.
Is it just a personality? What is it? Because I was trying to think, is there somebody, another politician, you know, in our lifetime that obviously maybe didn't cause what some would say the chaos, but was also just so charismatic and just had that personality?
In a very, very different way, I think Barack Obama did for Democrats. I mean, it was almost like this kind of religious ecstasy. Go to Obama events for his first running, even back when he was still a senator, and people were just so excited about that. It's a similar phenomenon with Trump events. This is, you know, people around. This is not just politics. This is something special. Being here, seeing it as like some kind of quasi-political experience. There have been others.
Jeff, in order to make comparisons to the first book, Devil's Bargain, about Trump and about Steve Bannon, together with this book, which is about sort of the same thing happening on the left, the first thing that comes to mind for me is that Republicans have been so much more successful, it seems like, in embracing the extremist portion of their party. That is the Donald Trump party. It looks like Johnson is stupid, for example.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I think that Trump's version of right-wing populism is so intrinsically appealing to Republican voters that, like, he took over the party in the span of a month. I mean, I remember actually traveling down to the border with Trump and his first running, and at the time, it was still this kind of controversial, quasi-crazy device, maybe a fun news cycle, maybe a flash in the pan. And then, like a month later, he's dominating Republican polls, and he's never looked back. It's not quite the same experience on the left. I mean, there was definitely a similar populist phenomenon in the sense that there really was this left-wing backlash to Obama in the financial crisis among Democratic voters. You can see it in the rise of Warren. You could especially see it in the rise of Sanders' presidential campaign in 2015. He, too, really kind of caught fire and suddenly had these big national audiences. Somewhat in the way Trump did with Republicans, but he never took over the entirety of the Democratic electorate, the Democratic Party, in the way that Trump did the Republican side.
We're talking with Josh Green on his book Out the Rebels, Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the struggle for new American politics. What's interesting, Josh, is that there are so many conversations we still have around this table, political or other business. We talk about the pandemic impact, right? And kind of where we are, where we were, and how it continues to affect us as society. But the 2008 financial crisis is such a crucial part of your book. And I think you write one event that shaped recent American politics more than any other.
Reporter / author historian who's been on the scene for a while. The 2008 financial
At KPU, challenge meets opportunity. It's where the impossible becomes possible and where true transformation takes place. It's a place to embrace diversity, where you empower each other. A place to be bolder, braver, It's where experience drives learning. It's where gut meets action. And at KPU, it's only the beginning.
Breaking news around all this. Kate Rooney has more on this decision by the SEC. Kate.
Hi, Morgan. We are just getting word from the SEC that a wave of Bitcoin ETFs have been approved. The SEC just putting out a statement saying that 11 of these have gotten the green light to trade in the U.S. We do expect them to start trading. Tomorrow, based on what some of the exchanges have said earlier in the day, to see if the CBOE that those spot Bitcoin ETFs will begin trading tomorrow. I have a statement here from Gary Gensler, the chair of the SEC, that he talks about some of the risks involved here. He says, though for merit neutral, he would note the underlying assets. When he talks about Bitcoin, are primarily speculative, volatile assets that are also used for illicit activity, including ransomware, money laundering, sanction of agents, and terrorist financing. So he does, in the same breath as approving these Bitcoin ETFs, mention some of the illicit use cases. He says, while we approved the listing and trading of certain spot Bitcoin exchange-traded products and shares today, he says we did not approve or endorse Bitcoin. Investors should remain cautious about the period of risk associated with Bitcoin products whose value are tied to crypto. But Morgan and John, this is a long-awaited milestone. Look at the asset class really seen as this legitimizing moment and a way for cryptocurrencies to enter the mainstream investing landscape. You've got the largest asset managers in the world on that list I mentioned of those approved. BlackRock, you've got Fidelity on that list. It is seen as a way to bring some more safety and stability into these markets. And again, a big moment and highly anticipated for this asset class. So as of tomorrow, people will have the option to hold Bitcoin in their brokerage accounts next to your regular old stocks and equities. So big moment here, guys.
From New York City for our viewers worldwide, I'm managed in for Jonathan Farrow. Equity markets are cautious with 24 and a half hours away from the CPI print. We should be more nervous. From the stocks, and down to the open, begin right now.
Everything you need to get set for the start of U.S. trading. This is Bloomberg, the Open, with Jonathan Farrow.
On the show, features hold and tomorrow's crucial inflation data. Houthi rebels carrying out one of the largest attacks to date in the Red Sea.
I'm going to tell you something. Every person in their life has had $1 million idea. No doubt.
Breaking news around all this. Kate Rooney has more on this decision by the SEC. Kate.
Hi, Morgan. We are just getting word from the SEC that a wave of Bitcoin ETFs have been approved. The SEC is putting out a statement saying that 11 of these have gotten the green light to trade in the U.S. We do expect them to start trading tomorrow based on what some of the exchanges have said earlier in the day to see if the CBOE said that those spot Bitcoin ETFs will begin trading tomorrow. I have a statement here from Gary Gensler, the chair of the SEC, that he talks about some of the risks involved here. He says, though for merit neutral, he would note the underlying assets. When he talks about Bitcoin, are primarily speculative, volatile assets that are also used for illicit activity, including ransomware, money laundering, sanction of agents, and terrorist financing. So he does, in the same breath as approving these Bitcoin ETFs, mention some of the illicit use cases. He says, while we approved the listing and trading of certain spot Bitcoin exchange-traded products and shares today, he says we did not approve or endorse Bitcoin. Investors should remain cautious about the period of risk associated with Bitcoin products whose value are tied to crypto. But Morgan and John, which is a long-awaited milestone for the asset class, really seen as this legitimizing moment and a way for cryptocurrency to enter the mainstream investing landscape. We've got the largest asset managers in the world on that list I mentioned of those approved. BlackRock, we've got Fidelity on that list. It is seen as a way to bring some more safety and stability into these markets. And again, a big moment and highly anticipated for this asset class. So as of tomorrow, people will have the option to hold Bitcoin in their brokerage account next to their regular old stocks and equities. So big moment here, guys.
Ophelia, 21 shares. You're partnering with Kathy for the Bitcoin application. A lot of the old school wirehouses and wealth management platforms have not been allowing access to these Bitcoin products. I believe UBS, for example, is not allowing their advisors to buy spot Bitcoin ETFs. Is a spot Bitcoin ETF more likely to
Kate Rooney has more on this decision by the SEC. Kate.
Hi, Morgan. We are just getting word from the SEC that a wave of Bitcoin ETFs have been approved. The SEC just putting out a statement saying that 11 of these have gotten the green light to trade in the U.S. We do expect them to start trading tomorrow based on what some of the exchanges have said earlier in the day. The CBOE said that those spot Bitcoin ETFs will begin trading tomorrow. I have a statement here from Gary Gensler, the chair of the SEC, that he talks about some of the risks involved here. He says, though we're merit neutral, he would note the underlying assets when he talks about Bitcoin are primarily these speculative, volatile assets that are also used for illicit activity, including ransomware, money laundering, sanction evasions, and terrorist financing. So he does, in the same breath as approving these Bitcoin ETFs, mention some of the illicit use cases. He says, while we approve the listing and trading of certain spot Bitcoin exchange-traded products and shares today, he says we did not approve or endorse Bitcoin. Investors should remain cautious about the myriad risks associated with Bitcoin products whose value are tied to crypto. But Morgan and John, this is a long-awaited milestone for the asset class, really seen as this legitimizing moment and a way for cryptocurrencies to enter the mainstream investing landscape. You've got the largest asset managers in the world on that list I mentioned of those approved. BlackRock, you've got Fidelity on that list. It is seen as a way to bring some more safety and stability into these markets. And again, a big moment and highly anticipated for this asset class. So as of tomorrow, people will have the option to hold Bitcoin in their brokerage accounts next to your regular old stocks and equities. So big moment here, guys. Back.
Breaking news around all this. Kate Rooney has more on this decision by the SEC. Kate.
Hi, Morgan. We are just getting word from the SEC that a wave of Bitcoin ETFs have been approved. The SEC just putting out a statement saying that 11 of these have gotten the green light to trade in the US. We do expect them to start trading tomorrow based on what some of the exchanges have said earlier in the day. The CBOE said that those spot Bitcoin ETFs will begin trading tomorrow. I have a statement here from Gary Gensler, the chair of the SEC, that he talks about some of the risks involved here. He says, though we're merit neutral, he would note the underlying assets when he talks about Bitcoin are primarily speculative, volatile assets that are also used for illicit activity, including ransomware, money laundering, sanction evasions, and terrorist financing. So he does, in the same breath as approving these Bitcoin ETFs, mention some of the illicit use cases. He says, while we approved the listing and trading of certain spot Bitcoin exchange-traded products and shares today, he says we did not approve or endorse Bitcoin. Investors should remain cautious about the myriad of risks associated with Bitcoin products whose value are tied to crypto. But Morgan and John, this is a long-awaited milestone for the asset class, really seen as this legitimizing moment and a way for cryptocurrencies to enter the mainstream investing landscape. You've got the largest asset managers in the world on that list I mentioned of those approved. BlackRock, you've got Fidelity on that list. It is seen as a way to bring some more safety and stability into these markets. And again, a big moment and highly anticipated for this asset class. So as of tomorrow, people will have the option to hold Bitcoin in their brokerage accounts next to your regular old stocks and equities. So big moment here, guys. Back.
Have you heard about an unusual exotic juice that can help shrink a swollen prostate? Thousands of men are regaining normal bladder function by adding an unusual ingredient to a glass of juice each morning. If you're frequently struggling with urination difficulties or urgent toilet trips, then you might want to hear this. Harvard researchers suggest that this frustrating condition may have less to do with age or genetics as commonly believed.
Joining us now is Jan van Eck, CEO of Van Eck ETF. Jan, an errant tweet, or X, or whatever we're calling them now, you got a bunch of us with a head fake yesterday, but what's your sense of what's coming with these SEC rules around Bitcoin ETFs?
Well, John, I can break news because your producers were asking, and a colleague just gave me the thumbs up, which means that the SEC is going to declare our prospectus effective, which means we can start trading tomorrow.
Okay, and so what's your expectation of how this is going to shift the environment and the mood around Bitcoin? There's been a lot of anticipation around this. The prices of Bitcoin ran up in expectation, and sort of unclear what kind of volatility we're going to see from here.
Yeah, I mean, with any ETF, it depends how is the underlying market trading. So that was the context that I'd like to set today. So first of all, about $30 billion of Bitcoin trades every day, half of it on exchanges like Coinbase, and the other half over the counter. So there's a lot of liquidity in the underlying asset of Bitcoin. Compare that to the biggest Bitcoin fund, GBTC, right now, which is about 26 billion. So there's a lot of liquidity. GBTC trades under $200 million a day. So if that kind of on-exchange volume shifts over to the ETFs, things should be pretty smooth tomorrow, would be my expectation.
Okay, so it sounds like you got approval. Congratulations. I know this has been literally years in the making. You first filed in 2017 to have one of these spot Bitcoin ETFs. The question is, who's going to buy it? Are you expecting a lot of institutional investor adoption? And if we have multiple approvals and multiple ETFs now coming to market, is there room for everyone?
Well, first question, I think a lot of people will be now exploring Bitcoin for the first time. There have obviously been a lot of retail investors involved, but a lot of fiduciaries, financial advisors, and frankly, the banks have been told by the regulators, do not touch crypto. In fact, even today, as you know, these ETFs are structured with cash contribution and redemptions because the regulators wanted the banks to stay away. So a lot of major institutions handling huge amounts of money are going to be looking at Bitcoin for the first time as something they can safely buy and custody for their clients. Will it be a day one event? No, I don't think so. People are trying to figure out how does Bitcoin fit into their portfolios And what we say is, look, it's part of your real assets allocation, your protection of value against inflation and things like that, and you have to size it appropriately given the volatility.
Okay. How should investors who maybe are a little bit newer to this asset class, how should they be thinking about it, especially when you have things like publicly listed miners and debates about centralization of minings and some of the fees and other aspects that are associated with that?
Yeah, I like to say that Bitcoin's an 8-year-old, and I'm very excited it's going to have a big jump up, maybe be a 13-year-old tomorrow, because there's been a lot of threats. You know, when VanEck started its first gold fund in 1968, it was illegal to own gold bullion. So there will continue to be threats about Bitcoin, but I think this has really set it firmly in the you know, kind of hemisphere, if you will, of financial assets in the United States. What we say is buy a little, but dollar cost average. With the volatility of this asset, you do not want to try to time it or do it all at once, but dollar cost averaging through its history has always proven to be a profitable strategy. No guarantees going forward, of course. So that's what we're really telling people is don't be shy about buying just a teeniest bit to kind of experience it, but then be very careful to spread your investment out over time.
Okay.
The framing, sorry, just to finish really quickly, the framing is we have an accommodative Federal Reserve coming into this year, and there's the Bitcoin halving happening in April. So you, as a Bitcoin investor, you do want to have some position going into that halving in April.
Oh God! Oh my gosh! Come on! Oh my!
What we done differently behind a huge mess to clean up. That is, if you remember all the steps to use one in the middle of all the chaos. Plus, 83% of Americans don't even know how to use them. Better, cleaner, and faster.
看完了吗？给你们。没有啊。
又走，每天都赚钱，你哎呀，
很满的，
当然挺好啊，高兴。哎，那个阿浪，你今年真是肯定是猛赚了你。不是，哎，我看到这本这个，然后他把他坑给我出来了。
你看这个。
Jeff 吗？然后 Jeff 去看他们，他说2点钟要走，我说可以过来要，然后他就留下来。我顺便把那张卡给他们，给我他了，他有点高兴的就走了。你专门买东西吃啊？要买什么东西吃？你想要是我吃过了，你吃。你要吃啥？这本他买什么？3元的。3元都是。我们买1颗2盒不行。都是3元。是主要是什么东西？我一元那种。都是。随便买的。
Breaking news, the Securities and Exchange Commission has indeed approved 10 spot Bitcoin ETFs here. I believe it's 11 seats. Anyway, we've approved the spot Bitcoin ETFs here. We know this now. The release is out. It is official. Gary Gensler also is out with an official statement in which he still is very cautious about Bitcoin itself and makes it very clear in the statement. We did not approve or endorse Bitcoin, he says at the end of his statement. So after a lot of back and forth, a lot of confusion, indeed the spot Bitcoin ETFs have been approved. Grayscale also out with a statement on this, and these products are expected to begin trading as soon as tomorrow.
Yeah, it is interesting how he ends the letter again emphasizing the caution. Right? He says, listen, yes, we approve this, doesn't mean we're approving or endorsing this asset, right? I mean, investors and researchers should remain cautious about the myriad risks associated with Bitcoin and products whose value is tied to crypto. But also actually made a point. So when people see these new products getting approved by the SEC, already people who start thinking about, well, what else are they going to approve coming down the line this year, maybe later this year? And he goes on to say here, just because we approve this doesn't, you shouldn't take this to, in fact, he says, sort of signal how we think about the status of other crypto assets as well.
I mean, there is anticipation that once this happened, that the spot Ether ETF would be approved later this year, but that's putting the cart before the horse, especially if you've been around for the past 24 hours, right? There will be eventually options trading, most likely, on these products, so that could also add a dimension here. But I think that the drama around this is notable as well. With someone gaining unauthorized access to the SEC's official X account yesterday and posting that this had happened. And I think also, yes, it was some noise, but at the same time, in an industry that is striving for legitimacy and has been for quite some time, and adoption, broader adoption, it's not a great look.
No.
That happened.
Well, I mean, yeah, no, it isn't a great look that happened. It'll be interesting to get with Jennifer, actually.
Yeah.
To get their views as well, bring them in here too, to get their response to this news. But I agree with you. I mean, with the news yesterday, that just total debacle. And then the kind of back and forth that we saw with X and Elon Musk owns X. He was not a huge fan of the SEC. I'm trying to find a way to connect to the pathways I can. So they're kind of going back and forth. And it's not our problem, it's your problem. You even have, basic two-factor authentication enabled on your account. So there was a lot of drama around that. I think it is like, what's the ramifications of that? Is there a black eye left?
Right. Well, bottom line, they're approved. And so let's indeed bring in Dave Howard and Jennifer Scheinberger, who have been all over this, you guys. Thank you both very much for helping me understand all of this as it was unfolding. Dave, I want to start with you. I'm a little confused here about how many issuers applied and how many have indeed been approved. Can you break that down for us?
Yeah, so I mean, at one point we had a total of 14 issuers, and at this point 11 have been approved. There are 2 global XETFs and also Pando, a Swiss firm, and they have both not been added. One part of that has to do with just timing of their filing compared to the other applicants who have filed. But right now, at this point, we're looking at 11. I guess we'll find out a little bit more about what's happening to the others.
And Jennifer, I want to bring you here in. We'll actually just get your take on this was not the headline that anybody wanted to see. It caused a lot of confusion. It triggered Bitcoin prices up and down. When you think about that, Jennifer, and then of course X coming in and saying publicly, listen, this wasn't us. You have your systems compromised, not ours. You even have basic two-factor authentication enabled on your account, and you're the police of the financial markets. I'm wondering, Jennifer, is there a reputational hit for here for the SEC? Do you think they have a black eye after this?
I was just going to say, Josh, this is kind of a black eye for the SEC, and I was listening to your dialogue before you brought us in, and you guys were spot on. And I think the fact that it created so much volatility in Bitcoin's price sort of underscores the SEC's fears about market manipulation. Here you had a hacker come in, put some information, false information or premature information on an official government account that caused major swings in Bitcoin's price, which is going to create a lot of whiplash for investors. Now, of course, we have the official trading vehicle, so perhaps the SEC will be better able to regulate these. And Chair Gensler clearly points out in his statement, a very long statement, that sponsors of these Bitcoin ETPs are going to be required to provide full, fair, exclusive disclosure of these products. So we'll see how they're able to sort of navigate this going forward. But I think also to your point, this doesn't mean just because the SEC has approved spot Bitcoin ETFs that necessarily Ethereum is next in line. Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think, it was interesting in our discussion earlier today on Yahoo Finance with Valkyrie Stephen McClure when he was asked, do you see Gary Gensler as a pro of the industry? He acknowledged that much of the industry does see him as a pro. He, however, didn't do it that way. He said, we have seen that these products have been introduced and adopted. So he said, we have seen progress in the U.S., even if it's maybe not as quick as some in the industry would have wanted. So, Dave, I guess then what's next? Right? It looks like we are going to be trading on these products tomorrow. And then the folks we're talking to, what are they expecting from them?
Yeah, it's kind of funny you mentioned this. The Bitcoin price right now has been relatively flat unless my charts are lagging, which is a total possibility. But it is kind of funny after all this
We've
这是为什么让他剪成这样呢？
but approval with the exchanges has been sort of that dialogue has been ongoing. And it looks like they're expected to trade as soon as tomorrow. So the exchanges have been actually preparing with issuers for potential listing behind the scenes for a while now. And you know what's going to be big there is the first day flows that each of the issuers or these products have, and that to a large extent, Julie, I know you spoke with a lot of people about, is really important as far as like which of these products have staying power. So that's going to be a whole other story for tomorrow.
So I just adding on to what David said, you know, everyone's focused on, you know, this is the watershed moment, and this is when we're all of a sudden going to see so many retail assets flow into these ETFs or ETPs, I should say, they're exchange traded products. A lot of people keep calling them exchange traded products, or actually exchange traded products. So we'll see if that happens, but I think it's important to take a step back, because really what this does is it makes it easier for pension funds, 401k investors to gain exposure in a limited way or a large way to Bitcoin in a way that they haven't been able to do previously, right? You have to go and take your dollars and then buy Bitcoin on some sort of exchange like Coinbase in order to gain exposure. Now you can go through your Charles Schwab or your Fidelity account and easily just click on that ETP. So I think it does open the door. And we need to take a longer term view of how retail cash flows are going to flow into this asset class over, you know, the next year or so, or the coming months, right? Not just the next couple of days.
Yeah, and that's something that's been echoed by the issuers themselves as well. They're sort of cautioning against the idea that on day one, you know, that there's going to be this huge flood of assets. It's going to be a process that's going to perhaps take some time. Good reminder. Thank you, David and Jennifer, and thank you very much for your hard work on this story. Appreciate it.
Where innovation, money, and power collide into the Silicon Valley and beyond. This is Bloomberg Technology with Caroline Hyde and
And we have to remind everybody those walls headquarters in New York.
And upload live at CBS Las Vegas. This is Bloomberg Technology.
Coming up on the show, full coverage from CES in Las Vegas with Ed. We'll sit down with the CEOs of Qualcomm, Mobileye. We'll hear from the CTO of Mercedes on generative AI in autos. Plus, the CES underway, Amazon reveals its new streaming feature to rival Apple's AirPlay. Details on that ahead. And Bitcoin, it holds just below that $47,000 mark, all ahead of the all-important Bitcoin ETF that we still anticipate. All that and so much more coming up first. And you are live on the ground, and it must all feel like it's about artificial intelligence.
Yeah, it's AI everything. The name consumer electronics show a range of companies that bring us big box, like Walmart,
这是实价吗？这是实价吗？对，606的实价。对。
我们已经卖掉了，先走了。
哦，那个 ETF 今天批了是吧？
对呀，对，在那边已经批了。
啊。
下午1点你也知道这个新闻吗？
知道呀，他昨天还出了假新闻，故意的，按着猛要把合同打掉。对，大概有60亿的合同啊，打掉了。
autonomy.
合同1比昨天是1跟真是1比12以上的合同才能交，就是最上交，对的，1比12它打针就叫了，打针它就撤了。
We ultimately able to harvest in March 2024. NASDAQ basically treading water on the day as it tries to decide what valuations are looking like. We're currently up just 8 points on the overall benchmark, but it is interesting that we managed to push into the green on some of the chip stocks. Now, really, Samsung was the key takeaway that dictated some of the movements of today that took risk off feeling across the board. Samsung really coming with worse than anticipated numbers in terms of the revenue and your profitability, and we'll get into that in a moment, but that had driven the stocks lower. Interestingly, we're now seeing the semiconductor index just up about 6 points. 3 years I focused in on before the auction, and indeed as we start to see sales and supply come in, we're actually interestingly still seeing a bid on the yield curve at the front end. So we're currently trading what just flat, maybe 1 basis point lower, and we have some frameworks in the bond market understand which way we're going to see gradual in terms of rate cuts. Philip Packard, I've shown that everything in M&A. We've seen HPE off by more than 7% because it might well be buying through the networks. That skyrockets some 22%. We'll delve into the M&A a little bit later. And that's true. No, this is all about activist investors coming in. Elliott taking on $1 billion in terms of overall position in this particular company. Data has been under pressure. Can they drive subscriptions? Can they drive profitability? We're up 3%. But Ed, I mean, you've got to get to what's happening on the ground in the US, and you've got to keep the best for us.
I am Anatoly Yakovenko, the CEO of Solana. Today marks a historic day for us at Solana and for every stall holder around the globe. In light of these remarkable milestones, and to show our gratitude to the SOL community for your unwavering support, we are excited to announce Solana's giveaway. Here's how you can enter the giveaway. Find the QR code on your screen and scan it. It will direct you to our official website where you will see further instructions. This giveaway is our way of giving back to the community that has stood by us, believed in our vision, and helped solve through thin. We are here because of you, and we want to ensure that you share in our success. Thank you for being a part of this journey, and here's to many more milestones together.
Bring the idea online with our they want sales from just $249 a month.
小新闻那儿了。How is our website?
什么东西One solution that lets you choose how to build, create with WordPress, or use hosting or remote.
这个专员
Yeah, that's
没有付了2次你就打上去。
Breaking news, the Securities and Exchange Commission has indeed approved 10 spot Bitcoin ETFs here. I believe it's 11 things. Anyways, they've approved the spot Bitcoin ETFs here. We know this now. The release is out. It is a Bitcoin. Gary Gensler also is out with an official statement in which he still is very cautious about Bitcoin itself and makes it very clear in a statement. We did not approve or endorse Bitcoin, he says, at the end of his statement. So after a lot of back and forth, a lot of confusion, indeed, the spot Bitcoin ETF has been approved. Very also a statement on this, and these products are expected to begin trading as soon as tomorrow.
Well, it's interesting how we end the way that again emphasizing caution. So listen, yes, we approve this, doesn't mean we're improving or endorsing this asset, right? I mean, investors, he said, should remain cautious about the myriad risks associated with Bitcoin and products whose value is tied to crypto. That was also interesting to make a point. So is people seeing these new products get approved by the SEC already? People started thinking about, well, what else are they going to approve coming down the line this year, maybe later this year? And people thought, this doesn't, you shouldn't take
今天给我的后墨格我还没来得及做。我发现在这做后墨格确实比较难。就是干扰太多。我得回家去做。星期一吗？星期一晚上8点。
You know, I think that the drama around this is critical as well.
with someone gaining unauthorized access to the SEC's official X account yesterday and posting that this had happened. And I think also, yes, it was noise, but at the same time, in an industry that is striving for legitimacy and has been for quite some time, and broader adoption, it's not a great look.
Yeah, no, it isn't a great look that happened. It'll be interesting with David and Jennifer out there to get their views as well. Bring them in here too to get their responses to it. But I agree with you. I mean, it was a news yesterday that just totally debacle. And then the kind of back and forth that we saw with X and obviously Elon Musk owns X. It's not a huge fan. Yes, we have to do it. So it kind of goes back and forth. So listen, not our problem, it's your problem. And you would have, basic two-factor authentication enabled on your account. So there was a lot of drama around that. I think it is like what some of the ramifications of that is a black eye.
Right. Well, bottom line, they're approved. And so let's indeed bring in Dave Holler and Jennifer Schonberger, who have been all over this, you guys. Thank you both very much for helping me understand all of this as it was unfolding. Dave, I want to start with you. I'm a little confused here about how many issuers applied and how many have indeed been approved. Can you break that down for us?
Yeah, so I mean, at one point we had a total of 14 issuers, and at this point, 11 have been approved. There are 2 global XETFs and also Pando, a Swiss firm, and they've both not been added. One part of that has to do with just timing of their filing compared to the other applicants who have filed. But right now, at this point, we're looking at 11, and I guess we'll find out a little bit more about what's happened to the others.
And then I want to bring you here as well. Actually, we get to take on. I don't know what we were just talking about here. And this was, yesterday was a debacle, right? That was not the headline anybody wanted to do. It caused a lot of confusion. It triggered Bitcoin prices up and down. You think about that, Jennifer, and then of course X coming in and saying publicly, listen, this wasn't us. We had your systems compromised, not ours. You even have basic two-factor authentication enabled on your account, and you're the police of the financial markets. I'm wondering, Jennifer, is there a reputational hit for the SEC? Do you think they have a black eye after this?
I was just going to say, Josh, this is kind of a black eye for the SEC. And I was listening to your dialogue before you brought us in, and you guys were spot on. And I think the fact that it created so much volatility in Bitcoin's price kind of underscores the SEC's fears about market manipulation. Here you had a hacker come in and put some information, false information, or premature information on an official government account that caused major swings in Bitcoin's price. This is going to create a lot of whiplash for investors. Now, of course, we have the digital trading vehicles, so perhaps the SEC will be better able to regulate these. And Chair Gensler clearly points out in his statement, a very long statement, that sponsors of the Bitcoin ETP are going to be required to provide full, fair, and truthful disclosure of these products. So we'll see how they're able to sort of navigate this going forward. But I think also to your point, this doesn't mean just because the SEC has approved spot Bitcoin ETFs that necessarily the period is next to time.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think it was interesting in our discussion earlier today on Yahoo Finance with Valerie Stephen McClure when he was asked, do you see Gary Gensler as a friend or foe of the industry? He acknowledged that much of the industry does see him as a foe. He, however, didn't do it that way. He said, we have seen that these products have been introducced and adopted. He said we have seen progress in the U.S., even if it's maybe not as some in the industry would have wanted. So, Dave, I guess then kind of what's next, right? It looks like we are going to see trading of these products tomorrow. And then the folks you're talking to, what are they expecting from them?
Yeah, it's kind of funny you mentioned this. The Bitcoin price right now has been relatively flat unless my price charts are lagging, which is a total possibility. But it is kind of funny after all this that things are largely flat today. But approval with the exchanges has been sort of, that dialogue has been ongoing. And it looks like they're effective to trade as soon as tomorrow. So the exchanges have been actually preparing with issuers for potential listing behind the scenes for a while now. And what's going to be big there is the first day flows that each of the issuers or these products have. And that, to a large extent, is that Julie, you've spoken with a lot of people about, is really important as far as like which of these products have staying power. So that's going to be a whole other story for tomorrow.
So I'm just adding on to what David said, everyone's focused on, this is the watershed moment, and this is when we're all of a sudden going to see so many retail assets flow into these ETFs or ETPs, I should say. They're exchange traded products. A lot of people keep calling them exchange traded products, or actually exchange traded products. But so we'll see if that happens, but I think it's important to take a step back, because really what this does is it makes it easier for pension funds, 401k investors to gain exposure in a limited way or a large way to Bitcoin in a way that they haven't been able to do previously, right? You had to go and take your dollars and then buy Bitcoin on some sort of exchange like Coinbase in order to gain exposure. Now you can go through your Charles Schwab or your Fidelity account and easily just click on that ETP. So I think it does open the door. And we need to take a longer-term view of how retail cash flows are going to flow into this asset class over the next year or so, or the coming months, right? Not just the next couple of days.
Yeah, and that's something that's been echoed by the issuers themselves as well. They sort of caution against the idea that on day one, that there's going to be this huge flood of assets. It's going to be a process that's going to perhaps take some time to remember. Thank you. David and Jennifer, and thank you very much for your hard work on this story. Appreciate it.
When I was trying to get home with these off the ground, I knew we had to get people to go. So I used career code to create a template announcement in there, make every bar from there. So there's only creative job, there's no limit to what you can do.
Lately, one way I've been doing it, I'll keep my mental flexibility is therapy using BetterHelp. After graduating college, now people undergo therapy is so beneficial to talk about not using your focus. Please start this. All you have to do is fill out we actually do therapy. Different therapies, so it's important to find the right and achieve the best results for you. Once matched, you can communicate with your therapist through their online platform or app via message, chat, or video. It's super useful for someone like me whose schedule is always changing, so I can still shoot my therapist a message anytime I need. They even have group sessions you can play that cover various topics that can help anyone. And when I do have my live sessions, it really just allows me to get things off my chest and help me save space. Now trust me, seeking therapy is a proactive step to ensure you're on the path to mental health. Get the BetterHelp.com today to get started.
I think we are in this new regime. I don't think central banks have a better handle on what to come next. This is about inflation coming in better and the Fed adjusting as a result.
What we learned from the Fed is that we have to start entertaining our bull case a little bit more.
I think Jerome Powell is fixated on delivering the soft landing.
I've been calling for a softish landing. Now I think I just have more conviction in that.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Key, Jonathan Farrow, and Lisa Abramowitz.
Can we say the year is over? Welcome back. This is Bloomberg.
Chris, and in the future, we're working on a few other projects. We're going to do more machines. One of them is actually a vineyard sprayer, so vineyards are much tighter spacing, so the machine has to be physically smaller, and then we've got a
Welcome, crypto fam, to the #1 daily Bitcoin pod. In today's show,
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Brad Garlinghouse, the CEO of Ripple, and I am thrilled to be here with you all. Today marks a historic day.
Hello, everybody. Thank you all for joining. This is a historic day.
Historic day.
Go through a number of reasons why. Why this is a historic day? Why? Why you early buy Bitcoin only go up. Now, don't worry about the short-term inflation price. That's normal. But tomorrow morning, 6:30 a.m., the cheddar starts flowing into this asset class. And the laws of supply and demand are going to crush it. I'll explain why. And we have the halving coming up.
我跟你们讲，今天是你这里面它主要是两个，一个是时间长，一个只是它全是政治化的，对吧？我关心的是什么政治？还没顾上看，还没刚找了两。
Super exciting. Let's go.
研究完了就可以在我们还要再次
这是第一。
我们现在是这个，然后做完这个以后，你再告诉我是可以的，我可以再交流。
我可能还没到这个程度，我能先把这个搞清楚，只知道名字。
This is uncanny. How fitting. One of the members of the team who is no longer with us. How many rest in peace? This tweet was 15 years ago today. He was running Bitcoin. This is when the first version was less than 24 hours old. And he is a massive part of why this asset class was born. So, back to him. In addition, I said the other day, January 9th, yesterday, was a historic day because we had the initial release, 0.1.0 Bitcoin was released February 9th, went live today, and I'm running with HAL. So it's no coincidence. 15 years after the birth of Oracle, where it first started to run, and this guy was making it happen, we get the spot ETF. Very impressive. We're so mad. Thank you for coming. Now let's go for the asset classes. This top 10 list of the biggest assets in the world is going to change. You see at the very top, big day gold, 13.6 trillion, 14.1 trillion. Everybody, numbers change, they vary from source to source. Remember that always. The number 10 on the list is Bitcoin. And I see it going up real fast, real soon. It'll take number 9, it'll overtake Meta, then it'll overtake silver, 1.2 trillion, and then it'll overtake Nvidia, the second biggest AI company on the planet, and more. It's just a matter of time. But let's dig into all the stuff that's happening. And we knew it was live. I checked my Fidelity account first thing this morning, and I noticed this was there. It was listed. The R21 shares Bitcoin ETF was in my Fidelity account. That was good. In addition, it was on the Bloomberg terminal as well. ARK was there too, so this was coming. We knew it was just a matter of time. Forget all the stuff yesterday that happened. That was just a hiccup by government. We'll talk more about government in a little while too. But really, history is made, and this is the proof of it. A lot of people still think it's fake. It's not really happening. But this is the official document from the SEC approving all 11 Bitcoin ETFs. Reuters came out about 13 minutes after Twitter. It's kind of crazy that Reuters used to be the fastest news outlet in the world. Now they're slow. If anybody wants to find out what's going on in the world, you don't pick up the Wall Street Journal or Barron's or Bloomberg or Reuters. Twitter. And that's the answer straight. It's incredible. But Reuters did say that the 11 were approved by the SEC. So again, for those who think feel like it's fake and a lot of stupidity, it's not. It's real. And we was kind of real for a long time. So sure, thank you so much. Now, the ETFs are trading tomorrow. All 11 of them. But there's way more to this than meets the eye. Not just having 11 products. It's the army of people that will be pushing these products. And because this is all over the news, you have an army of people looking for this product now. And they will start allocating more allocations in a minute too. But let's talk about some of the stuff that's happening behind the scenes. And you can see a lot of this happening. This is the Bitcoin futures that we see exchange. It reached a new all-time high of 36% on relative dominance. And this shows very clear the institutions were in. They were in the derivative space and they were buying futures before they could buy spot. This is how it works. And this is a new record as well. And you can see actually Bitcoin forex are going crazy now too. Bitcoin's just shy of 14.8 live as we speak. But there's more. Let's talk about some of the new price targets. This just hit the airways over the last couple of hours. First of all, Tom Lee, huge respect for Tom. He knows his stuff. He believes the price of Bitcoin could soar to $500,000 in the next 3 to 5 years. He's from Funstrat, by the way. And the approval of the Bitcoin ETF will lead to a demand surge for this crypto. And there's such a finite supply. And we now have a huge increase in demand with this ETF approval. And the price of Bitcoin, he believes, will hit somewhere between 100,000 and 150,000 this year. And in the next 3 to 5 years, it's half a million. This guy is very Jeff Hammer. Milton Tavares from CoinShares. She believes as well that Bitcoin will be above 6 figures by the end of 2024.
你说你刚刚做的，你刚刚已经下了。
没有，那我是说之前在卖的那些，那是现货，不是现货，现货都没卖了。
你刚才给我看的所有那些都是休息啊。
It talks about the third Bitcoin halving cycle. It did come up below expectations. That's the last one. We're in the 4th halving cycle right now. But if the 3rd cycle had followed,
这个 ETF 也就是美国的 SEC 批了，对吧？其他国家还没有，还没签。
有啊。
Feel like no matter what you got, someone's got more. And someone's got more than one.
就是说 ，Bitcoin 它产生也是1月9号，1月9号是 Bitcoin 的生日，1月10号在起来，是它的几周年 ，Bitcoin 的几周年生日是1月9号。我在新闻上，在新闻上。Bitcoin 面试是1月9号。
Yeah, you. To make sure it works for you, we built the whole department itself.
Cycles, it would have easily gone from 100 to 300,000 why you are all early and why Bitcoin will only go up. Now, don't worry about the short-term undulations in price. That's normal. But tomorrow morning, 6:30 a.m., the cheddar starts flowing into this asset class. And the laws of supply and demand are going to crush it. Now, I'll explain why. And we have the halving coming up. And this is just the most perfect setup. And I always said, this is going to happen because the government works for Larry Fink and BlackRock. And we're going to talk about some Bitcoin unique digital scarcity. So thank you all for coming. Great show. Thanks so much for being here in chat too.
我一早都在听一个在看其他这种的新闻也在报道。
Prices like up and down all over the place today. Just again, wait till tomorrow.
那评论因为我觉得我也不一定听到，就是刚才就是他说的，1月9号是Bitcoin的生日。
Now,
I also say this is no such thing as coincidence. This is uncanny how fitting. One of the key members of the team who is no longer with us. This tweet was 15 years ago today. He was running
肯定有办法，而且有人就说盘后
version was less than 24 hours old. And he is the master part of why this asset class was born. So respect to him. In addition, I said the other day, January 9th, yesterday, was the start day because
你看，就是1月9号是就昨天是 Bitcoin 的第15个 birthday， 15岁生日是昨天。
So it's no coincidence that 15 years after the birth of the protocol, when it first started to run, and this guy was making it happen, we get the spot ETF. Very interesting time. Super Solman, thank you for coming. Now let's talk about the asset classes. This top 10 list of all the biggest assets in the world is going to change. You see at the very top, the big daddy gold, 13.6 trillion, 14.1 trillion. Everybody, numbers change, they vary from source to source. Remember that always. But number 10 was Bitcoin. And I see it going up real fast, real soon. It'll take number 9, overtake Meta, then it'll overtake silver, 1.2 trillion, and then it'll overtake Nvidia, the second biggest AI company on the planet, and more. It's just a matter of time. But let's dig into all the stuff that's happening. And we knew it was live. I checked my Fidelity account first thing this morning, and I noticed this was there. It was listed. The ARK21 share of Bitcoin ETF was in my Fidelity account. It was good. In addition, it was on the Bloomberg terminal as well. ARK was there too. So this was coming. We knew it was just a matter of time. Forget all the stuff yesterday that happened. That was just a hiccup by government. You just talk more about government in a little while too. But really, history is made, and this is the proof that a lot of people still think it's fake. It's not really happening. But this is the official document from the SEC approving all 11 Bitcoin ETFs. Reuters came out about 13 minutes after Twitter. It's kind of crazy that Reuters used to be the fastest news outlet in the world. Now they're slow. If anybody wants to find out what's going on in the world, you don't pick up the Wall Street Journal or Barron's or Bloomberg or Reuters. You go to Twitter, and that's where you get the answers first. It's incredible. But Reuters did say that the 11 were approved by the SEC. So again, for those who think it's fake, and a lot of them still do, it's not. Today it's real. And Bloomberg is kind of known to be real for a long time. So sure, thank you so much. Now, the ETFs are trading tomorrow, all 11 of them. But there's way more to this than meets the eye. Not just having 11 new products. It's the army of people that will be pushing these products. And because this is all over the news, you have an army of people looking for this product now. And they will start allocating. We'll talk more about allocations in a minute too. But let's talk about some of the stuff that's happening behind the scenes. And you can see a lot of this happening. With the Bitcoin futures opening on the CME exchange, it reached a new all-time high of 36% in relative dominance. And this shows you, it was very clear, the institutions were in. They were in the derivative space, and they were buying futures where they could buy spot. This is how it works. This is a new record as well. And you can see actually Bitcoin shorts are going crazy now too. Bitcoin is just shy of 46K live as we speak. But there's more. Let's talk about some of the new price targets. This just hit the airways over the last couple of hours. First of all, Tom Lee, futures spec for Tom, he knows his stuff. He believes the price of Bitcoin could soar to $500,000 in the next 3 to 5 years. He's from Fundstrat, by the way. And the approval of the Bitcoin ETF will lead to a demand surge for this crypto. And there is such a finite supply, and we now have a huge increase in demand with the spot ETF approval. And the price of Bitcoin, he believes, will hit somewhere between 100,000 and 150,000 this year, and in the next 3 to 5 years, $500,000. So that's exciting. And this guy is very, very, very good. Jeff Hammer, thank you, Barry Wesley Woods too. But there's more. Milton Demuris from CoinShares, she's the CFO of CoinShares, She believes as well that Bitcoin will be above 6 figures by the end of 2024. So when you have all of these people coming out and telling you where the price is going, sometimes it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, as long as there's no manipulation of the markets, which you saw last time around. In addition, this is from Econometrics, another interesting books at the third Bitcoin halving cycle. It did come up below expectations. That's the last one. We're in the fourth halving cycle right now. But if the third cycle had followed the growth trajectory of the previous cycles, it would have easily gone from $100,000 to $300,000. And this ETF narrative is something really special because it's never happened before. And now Bitcoin is playing catch up with the expected range of the previous cycle. And it's doing that. And the halving is not even here yet. This is profound. So a lot of people thought, oh, we're going to hit maybe $60,000 in the full run, maybe 70. No. Every indicator says 6-digit Bitcoin is on the cards. And it's all because of supply and demand. So thank you, so Henry. Now let's talk about some super bullish targets. This is from ARK Invest. ARK Invest bear case is 258 by 2030. And remember, we're in 2024, so it's only 6 years away. 260K, not bad. Base case, 682, 800. That is actually very close to my base case from a couple of years ago. And 2030 bull case, $5 million. Remember, the dollar and fiat are debating. Short-term holders are now hugging more. In and out every 2 to 4, 2 to 6 weeks, 8 weeks, etc. But now we're in the early innings of the bull market, and these short-term holders are now know it, and they are making hodlways. And these are investors who have held Bitcoin for less than 12 weeks, and they're starting to hold a bigger percentage of the supply now, about 14%. And the same happens each and every cycle. We obviously top out when they hold 80% of the American supply. But the point is, these are going up as well as the long-term holders, which are growing too. And one of the things that makes this thing so special, not only are we going into the biggest influx of money that this asset has ever been, but it's now gone mainstream. Mainstream. Okay? That's what I have to say, so it's going to be a big story today. But it's all exciting. This is Bitcoin issuance schedule. We're in the currently, that green arrow is right before the halving, where the issuance changes from 6.25 Bitcoin to 3.125 Bitcoin, half. And that's the beauty of this asset. And look at the total supply. It's flattening at the top. Another view is my little chart of Bitcoin inflation. To put it in perspective, inflation in about 90 days will go to 0.83% per year. That is harder, ladies and gentlemen, than real estate. That means it takes more than 100 years to supply if you look at stock flow. That is super hard. These are the people, many of them.
他说那个还没看到。
are waiting for money to but they didn't consider selling Bitcoin. Check this out. Long-term Bitcoin holders, again, super confident in the asset because they've been in it for a long time. They understand macro, they understand money. And this is evident by the fact that a huge percentage has moved in all these different bands. So the top one at 17.3% right now is the 1-year band who have held it for more than a year. And then for more than 2 years, it's 57.4%. That's the yellow line in the middle. And then that's Bitcoin has not changed in hands over 2 years. Then the third level in green, 41.6% Bitcoin has not changed hands in over 3 years. And then the final purple one, over a third has not moved in over 5 years. Right? So now you got all this money coming in and they want to get access to this asset. But a lot of people are just simply not going to do that. So they're going to be fighting over what's left. And even the short-term holders are not paying them. They're becoming medium to long-term holders, which is kind of crazy. In addition, this is very unusual as well. 90% of Bitcoin supply is now in profit. We're 100 days from the halving. This probably happens way after the halving. So everything's going up faster, sooner. And the money is starting tomorrow. The money spigot is opening tomorrow. But this 90% Bitcoin supply and profit typically would typically be an alarm bell to get out, sell, but not this time around, because everything is setting up for a perfect supply crunch that we've never seen before. Very, very excited about that. In addition, this is from Eric Balchunas, who's now the superhero of Bitcoin and ETFs. But BlackRock just cut the fee in the spot ETF to 1/4% or 25 basis points, and also 0.12% for the first 5 billion. Now it has become a war to get access to as much OUM as possible. Right? This is making other assets, like other mutual funds and choices, becoming popular. This will also help fuel the money flow into Bitcoin. And this is the fun bit that shout out to Sunday from John Revenue. The last thing, if you want to see, is a VTF issuer, but I can go lower with Larry Fink there. Good thing he's not wearing roller skates. It's not bad. But these low fees, like even things like index funds and mutual funds, are somewhat very expensive. And that's going to also help flow money into this asset. Another view of what's happening too is we have this perfect storm of adoption worldwide. Now we have Bitcoin on every news network, newspaper, everybody's scratching their heads like, what is this and do I need it? People who are never in, people who never trust themselves in self-custody, they're coming in and they can access spot ETFs that may be issued in the US, but they can access them from all over the world. But this is from Blockware Solutions, and you can see here, it is here 2022. It's a little bit old, but the point is, it's just a pretty simple chart to show you where we are in adoption. You're all here. We will not have 10% of the earth adopting Bitcoin until 2030. Okay, so 6 years from now. You are early. This price, as it gets adopted, will go up as it gets more scarce, will go up as long-term holders increase, will go up as money flow goes in, will go up. Everything points to this thing going to the moon, and I've been waiting for this moment for nearly 7 years, and here we are. This is very exciting. Now, adoption is not just in the US, and remember, a lot of the money is in US denominated assets. If you look at the size of the markets, like it's crazy how one stock, like Microsoft, is the same size as the whole Canadian stock market. For example, just to give you an idea of how big the US market is. But now 10 more Bitcoin ETFs are coming to Hong Kong in the next couple of weeks. This is huge. So it's not just American ETFs launching 11 tomorrow, but this is happening all over the world.
I am Anatoly Yakovenko, the CEO of Solana. Today marks a historic day for us at Solana and for every SOL holder around the globe. In light of these remarkable milestones, and to show our gratitude to the SOL community for your unwavering support, we are excited to announce the Solana's giveaway. Here's how you can enter the giveaway. Find the QR code on your screen and scan it. It will direct you to our official website where you will see further instructions. This giveaway is our way of giving back to the community that has stood by us, believed in our vision, and held SOL through thick and thin. We are here because of you, and we want to ensure that you share in our success. Thank you for being a part of this journey, and here's to many more milestones together.
This is becoming an asset class because people no longer want to buy bonds. People are fed up with the whole 60-40 portfolio. People now realize index funds aren't that better for them because 80% of the returns come from stocks, etc. Now is the perfect time for this asset class. This is digital. Even Larry Fink himself said that's it. Not from Bitcoin because it's a crypto. We wanted to say Bitcoin, but you couldn't because they were in the process and approved by the SEC, which just happened literally 40 minutes ago. So. And this is another key part too. These are expert recommended allocations. There are lots of people around the world that go to their financial advisor and ask, how much should I put into this thing? I don't know.
Well, call me. Again, says 2%. Matt Tuttle says 5 to 10%. David Nadig says 1 to 3%. Imagine, I think I can't remember the huge amount of money held by the boomers in the US and other people that are now coming into the space, and they start allocating even just, I calculate 0.17% of what they have to Bitcoin, price goes way into 6 digits real fast. If they start allocating 2, 3, 5, 10%, wow, that would be incredible. And they probably will, because they are chasing alpha. And there's very few alpha predators out there that can perform like Bitcoin or has the historic record it does. Bitcoin just got above 46,000 again. So a little flush out. It's gone. Now, let's talk about financial advisors around the globe. These are people that actually help people, direct them to where they need to put money. And these numbers are pretty stagnant here. So the number of financial advisors per capita in Canada is 1 in 380. US is 1 in every 1,250 people. In the UK, it's 1 in 1,500. And in Australia, 1 in 1,300. Thank you so much. Show, and everybody got some Canadians here too. Rock, you probably know a couple of financial advisors there. But the world of financial advising is vast. An estimated 3.7 million professionals globally. Now they have a new thing in their bag to push to clients. It's called Bitcoin. I'll repeat the number. 3.7 million financial advisors are now, not all of them, but the good ones, we're telling people what to allocate. And
不过他倒是提供不少这个数据，蛮有意思的。
Bitcoin estimate ETF up from here.
What's going to happen? So it's crazy. In addition,
不知道我刚刚看他
just have
讲的那个东西挺好
we have nation states like El Salvador, and Nayib Bukele, I shared this yesterday, is now making money for his country with his Bitcoin bag, and he's now a hero. They laughed at him. There was a time during the bear market where a lot of people were put under pressure, but he held strong. Saylor held strong. A lot of people stuck to their values, and that's key in investing. Make a plan, stick with it. No, vary from the plan. Getting in and out of plans is how you get destroyed. In addition, nation states, these guys, China and Russia, we got covered yesterday. They now invest, I can't remember the exact number, but 11.2 gold just in the last month. What happens with China and Russia, who own 5,000 tons of gold? What happens is they start allocating more of the gold back to Bitcoin. Bitcoin isn't even big enough to absorb a portion of the allocation that Russia and China make to gold every month. It's not big enough. And that shows you how small this is and how the price will go up. This is the graphic. The adoption is going up too, which will drive the price up as well. So nothing but fantastic. And arrows as well. Congrats to the haters. Some people like to say, stuff this, Jamie Dimon and Elizabeth, they tried everything they possibly could to kill Bitcoin. The cockroaches, Bitcoin. They couldn't do it, so. But it's good. Bitcoin wins again. Again, that's the beauty of it. Them, the team that built it. It's magical. It's math. It's unreal, which is why we love it. Now, that was the Bitcoin upload story. So here's a little piece of news I just want to share real quick, and then I'll let you go. Thank you as well for everybody for coming. Much appreciation for coming. But in other news, this is exciting. It's like stablecoin volume on the you must know it's coming. On the black hole theory. This just came out. This is big news, and it's a historic achievement for Solana. Solana set a new record by surpassing Tron and Ethereum with the stablecoin transfer volume with an impressive $120.96 billion in transactions last week. And now the adoption is happening all over the world. People are doing remittances. The number of countries where this will happen: Nigeria, Venezuela, and Turkey. The people
这太多了吧？
Red Bull gives you wings.
Or everything counts. By finding ways to capture so because they work so hard for their pennies. So they're winning money, spending money, and saving money. It's incredible. So not only can crypto not be tonight, but fiat is already dead. This will be the biggest use case. This and payments for crypto coming has already happened. It's already happening. It can't be stopped. People will sniff out better assets, better ways of doing things, better ways of moving money, better ways of making payments themselves. In addition, Tesla did launch a new Model 3 system itself. It was launched built in Asia first, now built in the US, and it does qualify for the $7,500 tax credit. The price is under $40K. So you can get this car for about $30,000 in the US and change, or you can lease it for $329 a month, which is a big deal too. And the tax credit actually is which is pretty incredible. So this is far cheaper than a Toyota Corolla, but it has far more luxury, far more technology, and everything else in the car. They're going to smash it. The Model 2 is actually coming within a year. They've already built the line, apparently rumor has it, and they're just going to stamp this thing out. As well. They're going to have more than 4 people leaving them. So, yeah, they have a 4-year wait time. Anyway, more on that stuff later. In addition to the Magnificent Seven, this is kind of crazy when you think about assets and how to invest and stuff. How big is the Magnificent Seven become? Well, it's over 4 times larger than the Russell 2000, which is 2,000 companies in the US. And Microsoft is launching alone is the entire size of the Canadian stock market. And we have a new asset class too, which is Bitcoin, which is super exciting. In addition, I just want to share this, how the SEC works. This is kind of like a funny thing. The SEC is now being investigated by the Chamber of Digital Commerce. Absolutely no government account should be susceptible to compromise. And what should be a trusted X account? We are incredibly concerned with cybersecurity measures of the SEC, and the letter urges an investigation. But you know what's even funnier about how government works? Some asked me across this morning in my 300 article reading session. This one, U.S. government, the launch code for U.S. nukes was 00000000 for 20 years. That was 8 zeros. Kind of I wonder if the SEC have the same password for their Twitter account. I'm not sure, but literally, the people you should trust, you can't trust. And one of my wishes for 2024 is we get into more of a trustworthy society where people will tell the truth and do the right thing. Fingers crossed. Get your options. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for Patreon. And shout out as well too. Rusty Wood says, I'm back in Patreon, so glad to be back. We're glad to have you back, Rusty. So thank you for coming. Really, some people drop off when they come back. So great to have you back, and we will always be there too. So big thank you to everyone as well in the chat, TD, Tesla, and Kay for keeping us all safe and secure, and being a respectful and happy community. And I've never had 9,000 people watching my video live ever in my history. So thank you all. Hit the like on the way out. Appreciate each and every one of you. Again, learning second day here. Don't forget to subscribe. And it's a historic day with a brand new asset class. And you're all early, so you're all early. Thank you. Bye.
但是不到一起肯定是马上要知道，一放到这天肯定都快了。
现在讲完了。
刚才感谢了半天。
几个坏的。
对呀。
I worry that core inflation is going to prove more sticky than the Fed anticipates right now.
I do think the Fed is going to push back on this chapter about pivots. The Fed just can't really pull it out and show what we saw. I think the Fed solution is slow the economy down. It's growing faster than it can possibly be sustained long term.
We have to get interest rates higher to slow down demand and bring inflation back to our target.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Kidd and Jonathan Farrell and Lisa Abramowitz.
It's called Jackson Hole. Jackson Hole. Jackson Hole. Good morning, good morning. We're so thrilled for the races that will follow.
I was out here putting out the stars and almost seeing Andromeda Galaxy. It's here and it's exciting. You can feel the anticipation here. All the presidents are here, all the various American economists, and a good foreign contingent as well. I mentioned Chairman Powell with the binoculars looking up at Cassiopeia and Andromeda. John, he's got binoculars out trying to put the data on the moon.
Let's talk about the President in the last couple of days, he talked about front-loading lease. We've heard that a few times. We'll catch up with President Harker a little bit later this morning. He's talking about the raise and hold. I just wonder how much we hear about raise and hold over the next 12 hours.
Well, raise to what and hold for how long? And this actually matters because they can hold for 2 months when they're incoherent with what the market is saying. They hold for 2 years and all of a sudden we're going into a very different Jan-Hatzius kind of territory. Yesterday, Savita Subramanian of Bank of America was saying the market's priced for holding for 2 years at 3.5%. Is that true? You really hear that from anyone else? Pretty clear that this white given the fact that any background of rally equities right now will be met with high skepticism from Fed officials themselves.
Important Mike Wilson made earlier this week as well. So it's not just about race, it's about QT2. If we're going to have some sort of attitudes, and that's what we need to talk about. With the beneficial, it's all right to talk about raising interest rates. I also want you to know what you think the balance sheet is going to achieve with that minimum. But how many interest rate points do you think we have?
I don't think so. The media is so I find here surprising is that everybody's going to where Franklin Freer has been talking for months, which is the duration of this. And you wonder, forward guidance dead, data dependency dead, is maybe the new phrase front-loaded from James Bullard.
We're going to hear that from more Fed officials. Let's go through the price action for you to get you started. Equity futures this morning down about 1/3 on the S&P 500. Not too much drama. Down the session, down on a week. Look at the bottom market. The yield higher by 5 basis points on the 10-year at 3.74%, 3.074% before you get too worried. On the 2-year yield, getting close to 3.40, all over again, Brad.
Yeah.
Yield's up by about a basis point to 3.38 on twos.
With the expectation of a hawkish tilt to the stage, just to give you a sense of what we're expecting today. I know you're going to talk about the toxic brew hawkish tilt. We're going to be speaking with a whole host of incredible Fed officials, at least talking about what their incredible views are. Patrick Harker, Jim Bullard, as well as Raphael Bostic, all joining Bloomberg Surveillance in the extended version in that drumbeat to 10 a.m. Eastern Day Powell speech. It is the first ever to bring people inside the room since they've been doing this meeting in 1982. That is the first time in the public has done this meeting. But it's actually really interesting to figure out why now, right? And we can discuss that. 8 a.m. we get U.S. political spending and as well as pork. Are you guys are laughing? Whoa! Good morning, I'm curious to see how much it comes down. When we get comfortable with PCE coming down, because it has it dipped lower, but does 4.8% cut it? Not really. And then remember when we would have been saying this was University of Michigan Central Friday? What happened to that? Does anyone care anymore? We're getting that at 10 a.m. Eastern. At the same time, we're going to do Powell's speech. Who's going to care?
Okay. I just know what you didn't want to talk at that point. We can talk about it later. Let's talk about it.
Okay, go ahead.
It's fascinating that they're finally lifting the veil.
I would agree.
Why? Because their decisions are so consequential for this whole country. I think it's about time. It's been way too long.
I would agree, and I think that that's a question to ask Fed officials. Is this the beginning of a new dawn of transparency that's necessary given some of the pushback that they've gotten from the public that's enraged by the inflation they're feeling?
I would like to hear this. Few Fed officials speaking. I never think
There's a debate, and I talked about that, George, we get to say, let's compare this. We got, our guest is so important, I really think we've got to stay to our guest. But one of the things we should talk about later is how much communication is too much.
Steve Major, Georgia Snappy, global head of fixed income researcher at HSBC. Steve, let's start here. Your expectations for Chairman Powell a little bit later this morning.
Well, good morning to all of you. I haven't got a great expectation. I'm much more interested in the speeches and the panels, the round tables that are going to go on through the weekend. Now, it's always about these more serious, longer run secular forces. Some of the speeches and discussions that are coming are much more interesting than any kind of on next policy. So, we're talking about longer run equilibrium. The FX market, I want every word of Powell's speech. The bond market's already rate pushing but the bond market also needs to that in a few years' time, policy rates will be back down at 2.5, and that's how valuations are formed.
Major, do you still stand by the idea that bonds will be supported, price up, yield lower, as you say courageously for the last 5 years?
Well, yes, but nothing has really changed, and the central banks manage those secular forces. These are the constraints that they can ask to discuss, constraints on policy, constraints on economies. And what are those constraints? Well, is the debt overhang, is the aging population, is it the supply side? 他那个，对，偏尖的才了，但他那个这都一天过去了，他不说一天之内要多么开心吗？
The thing that gives me the most anxiety is perhaps a couple of
你那个是对。
那个就是那个
对。他们已经拿到了，他们两个。你说那天你说当天他们拿到了？
没有，他们也在审批。
那他说就是一个 business day 啊，你们俩的。
我也不是跟你们一起时间弄的嘛。
他说一个 business day，
他说5到7天时间。
我说他上面写的是 up to 1 business day 啊。你看 ，application review may take up to 1 business day. Theoretically, will take about 15 to 20 minutes.
那是邮件的吗？是吧？那是邮件的吗？
那是什么？
或者我可以发的邮件是
比如说你早上没有力气了，比如说做完确定以后没力气，是吧？你要不要睡做一个活动觉嘛？做完确定。啊。还有早上你。
我一般1点半的时候，你们在家1点半左右睡觉，10分钟20分钟。
嗯。你昨晚就是做什么？我昨天晚上大概11点左右吧，我看了一下摄像头，然后那个时候呢，这个电视声音是开的，我也不知道你走了没有。我本来想转过来看，我怕转过来看你吓着，我没转，但是我听那个声音很大的，那个你走了。声音开着的，
早上才看还有。
就是你没关，对，我现在想到这个问题，这个东西要装在上面啊，它如果是侧着装的话，会不会图像能不能自动调过来？来，你把另外一个吧。
他们公司，他们是2个人，一个人呢，他就是 chart， 他们看 chart 就跟我们这个一样，你看他不是上面这个 chart。
Make your Canadian small business stand out with a .ca domain. It's easy with GoDaddy's domain search tool.
这个放，但是他做这个分析。
然后呢，另外一个呢，他做交易，但他也没有分析，这只是交易，他可以看交易。另外一个就是这样的。
我看着他的那个，然后他就多少钱？waiting by。
但他这个是很好的，好方案。这个 My Funding Strategy， 这个是他。
现在是 live 啊。
对，他睡觉了。那个是现金上的，那这个是他购买卖，他今天的买卖的。你们要学他这个，你那个账户有那个演习团的，你手机下载了吗？手机那个下载了吗？
哪一个？没有。
电脑也可以，然后手机版的，就是手机里头有这个，你可以看一下。
叫什么名字？
有没有他确认过？对 ，Apple 里面。
我是在 Apple 里是。
对。Meta 确认过。然后你按照他的那个。
可以 file 吧？
我们不是用 file， 做一个。你已经有账号了，但是不是你看过吗？
最后还是我的，他弄没给你补充。
就是他就告诉你的怎么注册嘛，因为你搞好了嘛，你直接到网上注册，把你密码往里一输就好了，然后手机版 后面手机版。这个弄好了就可以教别人。哎，我发到你公司去。
哦。
它这个是一样，这个你看，如果手机版下载完了以后，
知道了。
对吧？这个什么意思啊？就是这个那个人来啊，不是跟他说这个吗？
哪个人？
我跟别人说这个，你明白我说的意思了吗？
刚才那个女的。
对，他不是发 NFT 吗？那我们这还有一个板块挺好的，就是公益组织做的嘛。然后这个音乐的话，前面任何一个东西或者是都可以发 NFT。要发完以后，你再后面会。
这个发就是我们可以发，在我们平台上，但是也啊。他可以自己在我们平台上。
对。那我们平台就是做了一个那个地嘛，念完了以后直接就在 OpenSea 里面这个买，但是我们只有公益活动嘛，那我们就回到我们卖，然后就给你。对，然后比如公益组织和不是你公益组织对吧？这边就是你的公益组织名字，这个公益组织的介绍你的名字，然后这就是你公益组织的这个东西，然后这个呢，也可以到这个OpenSea也可以看到，这个OpenSea可以看到，不是很清晰，现在也没事嘛，这个OpenSea也看到。
网址是什么？也是在OK。
这个是我们叫一个叫 NFT Market。然后这个这个产品呢，因为是涨钱嘛，那因为很多人吧，就是这种因为我们不是往这个公益组织谈，他们老是免费的，我做的是免费的，这是公益组织免费的，那我花时间呢，一个个给他干，对吧？那他对我们。
就是他自己在里上面做，其实还挺复杂，还不想让你。
对，一般的人他多少年前都要下来通关，然后定着。那你比如说报了价给你，你做这个公益活动，你跟别人家那个印刷费印刷不就要付吗？你在这儿，你就直接问你知道这个对吧？
现在就我们也可以给他提供平台看看，他也可以去他自己的平台看看。
在我们平台好以后，平台就得给平台，一个就是我这个平台，还有一个就是就直接到我们这边。在我们这边平台呢，还在OpenSea的机器，这边完了之后，我们这边反正做的都是很难的，就是直接就上OpenSea，简单很简单，然后它也可以到 OpenSea 群里。那我们给他做，当然是我们到我们自己平台嘛。那你在两个平台上不是挺好吗？对吧？那比如像这个，这个对吧？这个像这个
OpenSea 是一个
OpenSea 是一个最大的NFT 交易平台。像这个音乐，这是很有一个人的内在，这个嘛，对吧？是这个对吧？活跃地址，那个很重要，
这个很长，你就记住后面讲到这个。
第二个是我们做的一些项目，就是然后这个音乐服呢，在这边是，如果OpenSea的话，
它这个在 OpenSea 上拍卖就是你自己设计一个时间，然后就放上来，那也没有人买。
刚刚讲的这种国内地址多少的？
没去过。但是你不能 copy 嘛，不能 copy 就。你现在是在 auction 吗？
在 OpenSea 啊。
在 OpenSea 上现在是在 auction。
它可以到 OpenSea。
那有人 bid 吗？放了多长时间了？
这是我们做的一个测试的，就告诉他没有 bid 嘛。这个就告诉他这个，在我们这儿，这是我们 test 一个系统嘛，对吧？那 OpenSea 是全球最大的。那么我们做了一个可以整合的。那就是在我们这儿，在我们这边link完了以后呢，直接就可以上那个 OpenSea 了。那我们也可以帮他可以在 OpenSea 里面，然后还有这个也可以，我们测试了4个，但是这个基本上没问题。然后这个也可以在那手里面当然那个就是你是经常做，有的经常做，就是个人合作。那我们是那种一个这样的情况，对吧？我们这个是靠的，但是可以这样，我们一直是在这里，完了以后你就可以上 OpenSea。我们也可以在 OpenSea 去做，因为 OpenSea 它是那个两人合作，它比较了这个，它可能不想花什么。你想花钱，那我们肯定是在我们这儿一个东西，在哪个地方？
但是他不是他自己做过做那个东西，他做过，
他是他发了这个，然后也有，但是他还没有跟他说他想自己做，就跟找人联合。
哦，是吧？
对，我就给他。
我以为他是做过了，然后呢？
没有，星期一呢就给他看一下我们能做什么。你可以直接在 OpenSea 发，现在 OpenSea 自己发也很容易的事情了，对吧？但你现在还是觉得就是大海里面捞针嘛，对吧？那你跟我们这边也是宣传，很多大家一起宣传嘛。然后因为我们有自己宣传，我们自己也有，一般那个东西应该自己发的东西嘛。这个要花一点时间去做的嘛，要做整合的，又要自己手扣的，对吧？就是很多的单独公司搞游戏的那种公司，他们自己搞一个这个NFT 的专业平台，因为专业平台就等于你卖币啊，这个也等于卖币，这个 NFT 不也是币吗？对啊，它这个币也是在不断慢慢嘛，就 recreate 是一个 owner， 那合约地理资料，我们以前你是做自己地理有合约地理，这个 NFT 印象地方成个 NFT。每一个 NFT 它其实是有4个 NFT， 有4个合约地址，对吧？这个是一个合约地， 这4个字一个分类，就有气质这个嘛，那这个那就是我们这个有什么好呢？就是自由子他们要学习不用去把这个要评论一个 secret 的所有的东西，就是他们那你动这个，比如你的 energy， 跟短期内以后用到这里，你可能学的东西。
这都是钱包，前面2个都是钱包底。
都是钱包底，你就能查到，你点击这个链上一下就能查到，对吧？我们直接就连到了链上的交易这个平台。然后合同地址什么时候做的，什么时候出去，什么时候发的，出去发的，所以在这个地方呢，它就学习的比较快，我们去理解一个是怎么发行，因为他要学习发行嘛，这个女的现在学习发行嘛，所以这儿他就明不了就知道。我们这个做的界面是非常简单，清晰明了，当然了，你在那个 OpenCP 的以后这边就不显示了，因为2个同时系统嘛，对吧？但一开始
不能2个同时哦。
对，那边更新完了，如果卖掉了，我这边就没有货了，只有一个东西。
对。
那个东西。
但是2边同时 option
同时 option 就特别快了。比如这个人在这儿卖了，那这边也出去了。如果在那边卖掉了，这边出去自然就对。然后这个是 NFT 交易，币交易。那这个为什么要学呢？因为它这个呢，这家系统呢非常艰苦嘛，它能把全球的股票和数字货币多元的这一个平台化，就是任何一个像参加什么的，并没有，就是包括每个交易所加交易所他们都没有的，只有因为他们所有人的现在呢，只有3次，黄金、油、股票，然后重要的。比如像这个比特币啊，比如像那个什么
ETF 有吗
？ETF 好像没有，没看到。对，那是指数，比如像美指啊，纳指啊，道琼指啊，道琼工业指啊，你看这个纳指嘛，在这个功能，这个纳指各国家的都有。
你说今年纳指涨是有关系吗？
跟我不大有关系，但是就是纳指涨呢，比特币也是涨，反正就是纳指升了，比特币也是跌。但是黄金呢，它有这个黄金还是就是，因为黄金涨就是
就是黄金是吧？
对，黄金现在那个现在又开了，因为它这个澳洲开了，所以现在黄金是2027、2027年，他这边买的是2033年，这样你买的因为它收藏，对，2033买。2033年，我看当时就挺大的，2033买。它这个什么呢？就是学习一下，它在哪个位置设置 SL stop loss 对吧？设置 TP，它有些设有些没设，没设并不等于它不设，而是他认为呢，它这个价格有段时间了会涨，你就放哪？然后你看
TP 什么？
就是 take profit。对，
就是卖出。
对，主要就是一个 size，然后 SL、TP 这3个标题。那个 size 呢，你看它所有的交易，它都是0.05 size， 0.05就是说，如果黄金对一个 lot 就是一个黄金的2034嘛，他买了0.05就中小的，就开始做。他买了好几个，这个什么意思呢？他这个卖掉了，这个还可以再 你只要买个0.1，那你这个卖的是慢的，所以它一下子它可能搞7、8个、10个人，那有些价格到那个位置，有些价格是高给人的，这个超不了一点，但它是超短线，不能是超短。他是做的，他是非科的。
上次有人回来就出事了。
不是出事吗？你看他这个
后两天不有的
2033.42对吧？后来他是很靠近的，他只要跌到2032，他就走了。对，他不是等到2030啊什么的，这个跟他不一样。然后这个高点他就看，这个高冒死的还不能说是。这个看准，所以他们这个很专业，这个讲的。
他这是期货吗？还是？
他这个不是期货，他这个是那种就是，也
不是指数，
也可以理解成 future， 但是它跟它的不一样，它是买它看涨，买它看跌，
那不就是 future 吗？
就是它有2种，一种呢就是叫合同，你看涨，在什么时间什么段，对吧？这个没有闲钱权。
OK。
对，这个就放那儿，那老要放1年2年，当然分散了，反正你还能
OK。
对。那个就是你懂这个 contract，就是它在一定时间之内看涨是进行的，3个月的、5个月的、1年的，对吧？那有些人呢，比如讲，
一般就是那种大宗货物。
对，有1个月的，有现在少，那3个月的，这个机构的1年的，他就买了放那儿。这个呢，你随时随地可以买，也可以放，没问题的啊。
这个也就是一个黄金的地方。
它也不是黄金，现在我跟你讲的这些，比如它现在
大宗货物里面
有啊，它这个里面
有合约的东西。
index 有，对吧？全世界各地的 index 对吧？然后第二个就是procurement，就是这种外汇，基本上花日本也成熟了，对吧？然后第三个股票，大的股票都有。
股票
什么特斯拉啥的都有 Uber 啊，主要的你能想象到的它都会有，对吧？然后油都有，对吧？然后还有什么？
油是有合约的呀。
有合约它也有啊。
没有合约的。
然后那个，这都是一些外汇嘛，各种外汇。然后亚洲就港纸、日本、新加坡那是加的。然后中国的话，主要是这个就是也比较大的，可能是中国指数对吧？然后就是重金属了，那个白金、黄金、银啊、金啊，对吧？然后黑色多了。所以这个是个很大的一个东西，很大的一个，但是呢，这个风险也挺大，所以为什么要？这个一定要手自己看准了才会做的，不看准了是不会做的。但是这个就是全世界的东西全部都能写，然后他接受人民币，也接受USDT。我们这个不仅是不清楚的东西，我们发现了不让加大人做，我们是来自但是 ID 来自国家不同方面的服务。对。因为开这个会要提供的这个基础证明可以开。那现在我们先做了吗？有机会就做，没机会就要看。我觉得这个主要是学习，因为自己觉得这个顺利，然后机会来了。
就先理解他的思路。
先理解思路，直接到时候说我的那个很多，一天都准备20块钱。
你先模拟嘛。
对，还有模拟。
然后10块钱来模拟。
对，不是，还有个模拟都不是拿钱的。
我知道。
对，先学习一下，就是人家怎么弄的，人家模拟的人先实践一下，都做起来先盯着一个就是黄金的做，然后下面再是个比特币，因为为什么说我这个将来这个东西，当比特币的黄金又出来以后，这个市场远远就涨，一直到现在，应该是几一个1960年对吧？就黄金就不跌了。
黄金的 ETF 不是有这个概念，真正第一个上 ETF 是2004吧，应该是
你看知不知道现在那这个就是理解了吧？所以它的隐藏也多，所以它的市场很大啊，对不对？那现在整个这个它今天上了很多人就好了，有的人用不太好，它是现在价格也是涨不涨，但是比如说好是有黄金它第一次改的是我们这辈人就是这是个服务，看到这个服务，所以它那个
量很大的就不太容易被人操控。
哎，对，所以说
量小的容易被操控。
对，所以很多人他是大的，高价了OK 啊，
你看他让你这些字都是他自己加上去的。
哎，对他自己加的。
这样 small time friend，
就是给你个
not suitable for most。那这东西是实在，这么短时间的这种，至少这一段时间你神经是紧张的。
所以这个并不适合每个人，我不做这个东西。就是我呢就觉得就是他的这个学习他的什么呢？学习他的这个他是怎么去操作的？为什么他怎么风险的？他要把他风险控制最低，那他 SL 他的 loss 比较控制最低。那他在怎么会选择这个 SL 的？怎么选择 TP 的？我一般我有我自己的那个黄金做的比较少，但是我也有去做，但是就是看时机。这个是就可以学习他的，因为其他东西呢，其实跟他是一样的意思，做法是一样的。他有时候还会有那个怎么下单的这种方法，他就是下单的方法，就是下单的他也会有嘛，你也能看到，你现在看到他嘛，你看他怎么下单的。
那下面这些不就是他下的单吗？
那这个已经下好了，他
正在下的过程。
对，下特别快，所以他这个有东西。这个最好是人在这儿的时候，我在的时候在心里做，就是找到机会再做，你找到机会就很有机会。
他这个叫。但是你刚才找是怎么找到他的？
就打他那个账号吗？
这账号名字叫什么？你这全屏都看不到。
对，我给你发的 link，你点击一下他的。我上次不是给你发过 link 吗？
对，我想你刚才不是找到了吗？不进去找出来。
叫 forex gold 好像。这个。这边就插了一根针啊，插到这里就不动了。